The Triangle People by Migliavaca. Sarah Hoffman was nervous. Sitting at a table outside the cafe, she felt exposed. Sarah hated open places, so she had picked a table with a clear view of the entrance and parking lot. Better to see everyone's comings and goings. Not to mention, she'd seen them again. Just out of the corner of her eye, a figment of her fragile mind, no doubt. Brief flashes of people watching her, just out of focus. Sarah had started seeing them after the incident. "You're messed up, kid." Sarah picked up the folder on the table. Inside was a stack of glossy photos. She flipped through them. Her hands were trembling. They were all crap. Damn. What was wrong with her? She used to have a good eye for setting up a shot, but these were all framed bad. Beginner's shit, not something you'd see from a pro. Let's face it, you've lost the passion. Sarah loved photography, setting up shots, making every one of them a work of art. All she'd need was the next assignment to keep her going. And now, what had changed? You saw that man die. He hadn't just died. He died in your arms. Sarah had been covering a flower expo, of all things. Should have been an easy payday, a real piece of cake, except for the man with a gun. He opened fire on the crowd, 10 wounded, 4 dead, including the shooter. He'd been there to kill his ex-wife. She'd been only wounded. One of the dead, Tom Hilston, he'd been in front of Sarah when the shooting started. Had he not been standing there? She took a deep breath. The image of his face as Tom died, it was always there, just below the surface, ready to come out at a moment's notice. The sadness, emptiness in his eyes. Sarah could still taste the blood on her lips. His blood. Blood on her hands. Blood that wouldn't wash off no matter how many times she tried. There were times at night, sleepless nights, where she prayed they could switch places. She should have died that day, not Tom Hilston, father of 3. Post-traumatic stress disorder, they call it. Well, she certainly had it, and her work was suffering for it. Missed appointments, outbursts, and shitty work. That's why this assignment was so important. A job for a clothes catalog, a chance to get the ball rolling again on her career. The cafe was busy with the afternoon lunch crowd. Far too many people here for Sarah to feel comfortable. She was waiting for the editor of the catalog to show. They'd had a date for noon, but it was already 1:45. Sarah had the urge to just fucking leave. The photos were shit anyway. A few more minutes, she told herself. Then she'd leave. Piss on this whole fucking rotten thing. A red Corvette pulled into the lot. Music played loudly within for a few seconds before the car shut off. Was that Rick Astley? It could only be Irene Dellinger, an old friend and the person responsible for getting her this job. Sarah hadn't realized she'd be meeting Irene. This would be doubly hard, showing her the disappointing photo shoot after Irene had gone out of her way to get Sarah the job. Some of the patrons shot Irene dirty looks as she strode over. No doubt they weren't fans of her choice of music. Before Irene could reach her, a waitress cut her off. "Can I help you, ma'am?" the hapless young woman asked. Irene simply pointed to Sarah. "I'm with her, kid. Would you be a sport and bring me a glass of wine?" The waitress left, tail between her legs. Irene gave Sarah a weary smile. "That's my girl." She sat languidly in the chair across from her. "Lay 'em on me, baby." Sarah held the folder tight. Her heart beat fast in her chest. Well, she wanted to tell her not to bother, that the photos were all garbage, but her courage went out the door as Irene smiled at her, waiting with her hand outreached. No. Instead, Sarah handed them off, defeated. She was weak, no doubt about that. Irene took the folder and rifled through it a couple of times without comment. Sarah tried to read her friend's face. Was that disappointment or just tiredness? It was hard to say. Finally, after a few agonizing minutes, Irene handed it back. Before either of them commented, the poor waitress from before brought that glass of wine. Sarah worked up the nerve to say something to her friend. "Listen, I'm sorry that they're so poor. The photos. I can do them again, perhaps." Irene put up a hand, cutting her off. She took a large sip of wine, setting the glass back down and spilling droplets of wine on the white tablecloth. "Ha ha ha! Good one, Sarah!" Sarah looked at her, puzzled. "What? Is this like one of our college pranks? Or is today April 1st? Neither. Then you have a weirder sense of humor than I thought. They're fantastic!" Fantastic? Was Irene still smoking pot? That's the only explanation. No, she was being nice. That's it. She could tell how messed up Sarah was feeling. You like them?" Sarah stammered. "I didn't think they came out all that great." "Love them!" She took another sip of wine. "In fact, I think I'm giving you the location shoot, too." "What? Really?" Sarah asked. Maybe Irene was the one pulling a prank. "Yeah," she answered, a little annoyed. "I'm not joking. You killed the studio shoot. Let's see what you can do with a location. I've already got one picked out. You're gonna love it." They'd had a pretty good lunch afterwards, dropping all the business talk and just talking about old times. It was the first time in so long that she felt good, felt human, and not like a lump of scar tissue. As Sarah was walking back to the car, she stopped and waved to Irene as she pulled out, music again loudly pouring from the car's speakers. It was, in fact, Rick Astley. Over the din of Rick's voice and the car engine, Irene hollered to her, "It was fun, Home Slice! Catch you tomorrow!" With that, she sped off, breaking God knows how many traffic laws. Sarah couldn't help herself. She smiled. Perhaps it was the turning point she'd hoped for. A second chance. Redemption. Irene might have thought she'd love the location, but Sarah had other feelings about it altogether. The place was horrible. An old, abandoned building at the center of the city. It had served as the city hall back in the 70s, but a scandal of some sort had led to the building falling into disuse. In fact, most of this area of the city had been vacated. Blocks and blocks of old, abandoned buildings, some hundreds of years old. It wasn't too hard to tell her models, Allie and Paige, were less than thrilled by their surroundings as well. Paige, a pale, leggy redhead, looked up at the old city hall. "Really?" Sarah nodded. "That's what she told me." Allie, a pretty blonde with long curly hair, cracked her knuckles. "I don't know, guys. I'm feeling it. Let's get shooting." They headed into the building. Sarah was surprised that the front door wasn't locked or boarded up. Maybe Irene had arranged something. Wouldn't surprise her at all. Irene always got her way. Inside, it was pretty much as Sarah expected. A mess. The floor was littered with trash, the walls covered in graffiti. She had to admit to herself, though, there were plenty of interesting places to shoot here. The next couple of hours went rather well. Sarah felt her confidence coming back. Paige was taking a break sitting on an old desk. She stretched a long leg, rubbing it. She watched Sarah as she was taking some photos of Allie, clicking away with an old-style camera. "You know, they have digital ones now," Paige said, a little sarcasm in her voice. Sarah watched Allie take a new pose. "I'm a little old-fashioned, I guess." After another hour of shooting, they'd finished up. The crew was packing up their equipment as the girls and makeup guy took a break. Sarah decided that she wanted some photos of the place. It was too good a location to pass up. There were plenty of good shots she could get. She was feeling it. That thrill again, after so long. Perhaps that was why it didn't bother her walking down the hallway alone. That, and the fact that, after the shooting, she preferred solitude. Sarah had a hard time trusting people, even those she knew. After all, that woman had been married at one time to the man that tried to kill her. You never knew who might snap and try to kill you. Among the graffiti were people's names, crude drawings of sex organs, and various obscene words, but one thing kept popping up. "The triangle people are coming." Sarah counted at least 5 times so far she found it written on a wall or door. Was it the name of a gang? She walked further down the hall, clicking photos of the graffiti. She found a couch further down the hall, resting against a wall. Spray painted across the cushions was the word ass. She chuckled before taking a picture of it. Whoever did it had some skill. A letter on each cushion and everything, Sarah thought caustically. Click tap, click tap, click tap. Sarah looked up from the couch, glancing back the way she'd come. Was there somebody coming? Maybe one of the crew came to fetch her. But the hall was empty. She turned and looked further down the other end of the hall where it turned a corner. Hello? Sarah called out, tightening her grip of the camera. If one of them was playing a prank on her, she'd let them have it. Guys, come on. Don't even. Clack tap. Clack tap. Clack tap. The sound was coming closer. It sounded like heavy boots. None of the others were wearing boots, were they? Come on, guys, not even funny. She felt the sweat on her palms, making the camera slippery in her hands as they trembled. There was a shadow on the far wall at the end of the hall. Was that the shadow of a person? Sarah wanted to run, but her legs turned to immobile concrete. Click tap, clack tap, clack tap. She could make out the vague shape of a person in the shadow. They were just around the corner, coming this way. It was them, the ones she'd seen, the ones that were always watching her. Clack tap, clack tap, clack tap. Sarah caught the briefest glimpse of a man before everything went white in a flash. Her shaking hands hit the flash on the camera. She was momentarily blinded. The camera clicked away, taking photo after photo. When her eyesight returned, she was alone. Sweat, or was it tears, ran down her cheek. Sarah turned, her legs working again, and hurried back to the others. They hadn't even noticed she'd left. They were all there, and none of them acted like they'd just come back or were pulling a prank on her. She didn't say a word about it. They didn't need to know how crazy she was. Who was that she'd run into in the hall? Sarah looked down at her camera, clutched tightly in her sweaty, pale hands. Sarah was developing the film in her darkroom. The apartment she rented was a 2-bedroom affair, and since she lived alone, she'd converted the second bedroom into a darkroom. She nibbled on her supper, a BLT grinder, as she worked. The film was all she could think about on the way home. This was it. Sarah took a sip of her Coke, watching the photo the whole time. The first one she'd taken was the figure's lower half, black pants and matching boots. Clack, tap, clack, tap, clack, tap. She could still hear the sound. The memory sent a shiver down her spine. The next photo was a blurry mess. Was that a hand? The third photo, that was the one that Sarah had wished she'd never seen. The man, if that was in fact a man in the photo, had a face that appeared to be carved from coal. A jet black face with large yellow eyes. The being was wearing a suit. On one lapel was a strange triangle pin. Sarah felt dread claw at her stomach. Those yellow eyes stared off the photo and right through her. Clack tap, clack tap, clack tap. This time the sound wasn't a memory. It was in the other room, walking across the hardwood floor of the living room. Sarah grabbed a large pair of scissors she kept on the table. Fear gripped her heart as she opened the door. Go away, she said, pleading. The door opened with a low creak. There was nobody out there. Sarah made a quick survey of her apartment. It was empty. It was just in her mind, she thought, relieved. Then she saw it, sprawled across the living room wall, written in black paint. The triangle people are coming. Terrified, Sarah backed away. Then the noise came again. Clack tap, clack tap, clack tap. Her TV screamed to life. A dark figure appeared on screen, its features obscured by static. An unearthly voice echoed from it.
There are those among you who know the truth of this. There are parallel realities, the walls of which touch ours. These realities are overseen by the Triangle Proclamation. There are areas that are weaker than others, where one touch may cross over. See what they shouldn't. These errors must be fixed.
A shadow fell on the hall wall. Sarah screamed and ran into the dark room, slamming the door shut and locking it in her wake. "Go away! I won't tell!" Clack, tap, clack, tap. It was getting closer. Coming for her. Acting fast, Sarah took a couple of her photos and hid them. Someone would find them. Then perhaps they'd know. Something began pounding on the other side of the door, harder and harder. Sarah screamed till her lungs burned as the assault on the door continued, and then it stopped. Sarah wiped tears from her eyes, staring dumbfounded at the door. How long did she wait there, in the dark, before slowly unlocking the door? Peeking her head out, her apartment was still, silent. The TV was dark. It looked burned out. Grabbing her car keys, Sarah ran out of her apartment in a blind panic. She had to get away. Far away. She headed towards her car parked behind the apartment building. She fumbled with her keys, blindly trying to stab them into the door lock. Clack, tap, clack, tap, clack, tap. No. They were here. She slid the key into the lock. Before she could turn the key, Sarah felt cold, solid arms wrap around her. And then there was nothingness. The Crybaby Bridge by Rob Fields. The boys suddenly awoke when they heard the loud noise off in the distance. One of them turned on the battery-powered lantern. The three of them yawned and slowly sat up inside the tent where they were sleeping. "Aw, man, you better not have farted again, chunker," the boy with the crew cut on the right side of the tent groaned. "I didn't, dude," the husky boy on the left side muttered. The skinny boy in the middle put his glasses on. "Trust me, if Chunker would have let one go, we'd have known it. We're all in this tent, right?" The right boy pushed the middle one a little. "Why you gotta be such a nerd, Horton?" Horton looked to his right. "I'm just saying, Chapman, Chunker would have cleared us out of this tent." Chunker had a mischievous grin. "What? You mean like this?" He sat up a little bit. Chapman and Horton quickly fumbled over one another, trying to escape from the tent as Chunker sat there and laughed. As soon as the two boys were out and on their feet, Horton turned and pointed to the tent. "Chunker, you sick pig!" Chunker was still laughing as he crawled out of the tent. Then he stood with his two friends. Horton sighed. "Great. Now where are we going to go? Chunker just fumigated the tent." Chapman slapped Chunker's arm. "Come on, man. You can at least open up the tent and air it out. Jeez." Chunker raised his hands. Okay. As Chunker lifted and tied up the flaps to the tent entrance, Horton was getting the campfire going again. "Any idea what time it is?" Chapman asked. Chunker had his smartphone on him. "It's almost 4 in the morning." Suddenly, the boys were startled when they heard the original sound that woke them up in the first place. "Aw, man," Chunker complained. "Really? An owl?" Chapman groaned. "Well, some stupid owl woke us up and Chunker ripped inside the tent. What are we gonna do now?" "Hey, maybe we can sit around the fire and tell more ghost stories," Horton suggested. "Like we did last night." "Sounds good," Chapman said. "Yeah, why not?" Chunker agreed. The other boys joined Horton, who began first by telling the urban legend of the gang high beam initiation. When he finished, he stressed that it actually happened on the other side of Strickfield, over along Township Road 113. Chapman spoke up. "Yeah? Well, I heard a story about this college couple that got murdered in an apartment just near the dorms." He told the story as best he could recall hearing it. Then he finished by saying, "It was said that the roommate came back the next morning and found their bodies. He also found this message on the wall, written in blood. It said, 'Just be glad you didn't turn on the light.' That part never made the newspapers, by the way. Geez, Chapman, that does sound pretty scary, Horton said. Then he turned to the other boy. How about you, Chunker? You got a story? Chunker opened the cooler they had brought with them and took out a soda. He cracked it open and took a drink. Yeah, I got one. He nodded in the direction of the deserted road they were camping off of. It's actually not too far from here. The Old Crybaby Bridge. He told the story about how just after the American Civil War, Abigail Tomlin, a poor woman, and her fiancé Alvin, a rich lord whom Abigail had been promised to, had been fighting all through their courtship. Prior to their wedding night, when they had had their last fight, Abigail had taken their baby boy, Arthur, and fled. Alvin's carriage had caught up to Abigail as it was nearing the outskirts of Strickfield. As Abigail got out of her carriage, Alvin drew his gun and shot at her. She moved but ended up taking the bullet in her shoulder. She was bleeding all over her wedding dress fast. She knew she couldn't let Alvin have Arthur. Unbeknownst to Alvin, Abigail also had a gun. She took aim and shot Alvin, wounding him also. Abigail took the baby out of the damaged carriage and fled. She was in a great deal of pain from the bullet. She could hear Alvin screaming for her, that he would finish her and take their son back. Abigail couldn't keep the crying Arthur quiet and knew Alvin would soon be on them. By the time Alvin had caught up to his runaway bride, she had reached a metal bridge that spanned the Castalia River. The water below was high and rushing. All little Arthur could do was cry and cry. Abigail took a last stand against Alvin and tried to shoot him, but Alvin was faster and shot her first. Abigail was mortally wounded now as she moved to the center of the bridge. She still had both Arthur and her gun. Alvin raised his gun and demanded Abigail give Arthur back. When she wouldn't, he shot her one last time. Abigail fell over the side of the bridge and into the raging river, with baby Arthur still cradled in her arms. Both she and the baby disappeared down the river. A search was conducted by the authorities of many neighboring towns and villages. The bodies of neither Abigail Tomlin nor Arthur were ever found. Now, if you go near that same bridge, the one over on Indian Hollow Road, this road, Chunker looked from Horton to Chapman and back again. Just wait a little while. You just might hear the sounds of little baby Arthur Tomlin, crying and crying. That's why it's called the Crybaby Bridge by the people who've told the story over the years. Chapman had his arms folded in front of him. You really expect us to believe that, Chunker? Chunker raised both of his hands. Hey, I'm just telling you the way my dad told my older brother Kenny and me. He raised his finger. He also said that anyone who hears the crying baby ends up dying before morning. That's why no one really drives down this road at night. Chapman wasn't convinced. Oh yeah? How? Chunker shrugged. Dad said no one really knows for sure. He said no one lives long enough to say what happens. Chapman shook his head slowly. I can't believe I let you talk me into sleeping out here after we just finished 6th grade. Hey, we could go and check it out, Horton suggested. Chunker did say that the bridge isn't too far from here, right? Chunker pointed south. The Crybaby Bridge is less than a mile from here. Chapman considered it. Then he clapped his hands once. Okay, fine. Let's go check it out. The three friends got up and made their way to the one-lane gravel road. The moon was full and helped give them light as they made their long way. Soon they saw the bridge just ahead. What are you looking up on your phone, Chunker? Chapman asked. Nothing. Just checking something. Chapman pointed to the bridge. We're here. Man, the bridge looks just like it did all those years ago, Chunker said. Just like in this picture. The three of them looked on Chunker's smartphone, at the old black and white picture of the bridge taken after it was completed. The only real difference between then and now was that the bridge in the real world was rust-colored. Chunker put the phone away and the three of them looked ahead at the bridge. After looking at it for a long time, the boys walked to the bridge. When they reached the edge of it, they stopped. None of them said anything. Finally, Horton got bold and stepped onto the bridge. Chapman wanted to protest, but then he saw Chunker was stepping onto it. Chapman groaned and followed Chunker. They reached the center of the bridge. Horton moved to the side and looked down at the water. "It doesn't look so raging now, like you said in your story, Chunker." "It does when it storms for a while," Chunker said. The three of them just stood there and waited. "I don't hear anything," Chapman said. They continued to stand there. Soon, they thought they heard something. It started out softly at first. It sounded like baby cries. The cries sounded innocent enough. Then they started to become louder and more frightening. The three friends looked at one another in fear. Suddenly, a figure appeared from behind them and grabbed hold of both Horton and Chapman's shoulders as it screamed loudly. The three of them turned to see the figure was dressed in black and had a glowing white skull in place of its face. Horton and Chapman screamed before they turned and ran. They quickly noticed that Chunker wasn't with them. They turned around and saw both the figure and Chunker pointing at them and laughing hysterically. Chapman raised his arms outward. "What the heck is this?" "Kenny, is that you?" Horton asked. The figure removed the glowing mask. Kenny turned to his younger brother and slapped a high five with him. "We got him, little bro. I knew after Dad told us the story we could scare people with it." "Yeah, it sure worked," Chunker agreed. "Just like you said it would. Those owl hoots were a nice touch, too." Chunker explained that he was awake in the tent. He and Kenny were texting each other and came up with the idea of how to scare Horton and Chapman with the local urban legend of the Crybaby Bridge. "Okay, Kenny, so how did you get the baby crying to happen then?" Chapman demanded. Kenny motioned for them to come with him. They walked off the bridge and made their way down to the water. Sure enough, there was a big speaker attached to the side of the bridge. Kenny raised his smartphone. The sounds were on the speaker. I just had to use my phone to turn it on and increase the volume. Kenny retrieved his speaker, and they all went back up to the road. He turned to the others. "Well, that was fun. I'll let you guys get back to your campout. I'd stay and chat some more, but I've got things to do with Dad in the morning." As Kenny started to walk off, Chapman pointed at him. "You just wait, Kenny. We'll get you for this." "Whatever, Bill," Kenny muttered as he kept on walking. Soon, he was out of sight. Chapman pointed to Chunker. "You too, fatty." Chunker started laughing. "Just seeing the looks on your faces." "Yeah, ha, very funny," Horton muttered. The three of them walked back onto the bridge and stood where they were before the scare happened. They talked for a little while. Before long, the wind started to pick up. The trees began to wave with the blowing winds. "Hey, you hear that?" Horton asked. "Hear what?" Chunker replied. "Just listen," Horton insisted. The three of them waited and listened. Sure enough, they had started to hear what sounded like a baby crying. Even through the winds, they could still hear the sounds. The crying started off innocently enough at first. Then the crying became louder and more maddening. Chapman turned to Chunker. "Okay, you and Kenny got us. We ain't falling for this again." Chunker raised his hands. "Hey, it ain't me, I swear." Horton turned to Chunker. "Come on, Brian, that's enough." "It ain't me, Richie," Chunker persisted. The baby crying continued, its loud and maddening echoes. Suddenly, Chunker and Horton felt something on their shoulders. Chapman's jaw dropped as he pointed right at it. Horton and Chunker turned to see for themselves and screamed when they saw what appeared to be a glowing woman in a blood-stained, damp wedding gown. The woman looked as if her flesh had decayed. Where her eyes should have been, there were bright, glowing red lights. Then, the horrible apparition said to them, "My baby. Give me my baby." The three of them screamed and ran like their lives depended on it. The ghost of Abigail Tomlin screamed loud enough to pierce the night winds before she gave chase.
My baby. Give me my baby.
The three of them ran until they made it back to their campsite. They hurried into their tent. Horton quickly undid the flaps and zipped them up. Now they all huddled around each other in the center of the tent. "Still think I'm doing this?" Chunker snapped. "Shut up," Chapman snapped back. In the tent, they could hear the wind whistling and blowing harder. They wondered if the tent might be whisked away somehow. Suddenly, the front of the tent just flew open. The boys screamed again as Abigail Tomlin looked in.
My baby! Give me my baby!
Skinny little Richie Horton scurried out of the tent and cried out as he ran. As the ghost turned towards him, the other two escaped and ran after him. They knew they were being pursued again.
If you will not give me my baby, then I shall claim the three of you as my children. There's no escape.
To Chunker's surprise, he was able to keep up with Horton. "Oh man, I swear, I'm gonna go on a diet if we live through this." "Shut up and run!" Horton cried. They ran further up the road until they came to a nearby farm. Chapman pointed to the barn. "We can hide in there."
"There's nowhere to hide, my children. Come to Mother."
It was getting harder and harder to run in the blowing winds, but they finally made it to the barn. They all climbed in through a window. Chapman quickly felt a wooden ladder step and started climbing. The others followed him until they were up in the hayloft. And then... "Come on, Chunker, not now," Horton groaned. "Aw, man," Chapman cried and waved his hand frantically in front of him. "Seriously? I can't help it. I'm scared," Chunker admitted.
Come out, wherever you are."
The boys continued to hear the wind blowing and howling. They weren't sure if the ghost came into the barn. Suddenly, they got their answer as the barn doors literally flew off their hinges and were swept away by the high winds. From the hayloft, they could see Abigail Tomlin seemingly floating along the ground inside. The boys were hiding behind pillars and piled up hay. The ghost looked from one direction to the next.
"It's time to come home now, children. Mother will take good care of you all."
Horton had to stop his teeth from chattering, but he had much to scream about when Abigail Tomlin was suddenly up in the hayloft with them.
"Found you, my children. Now, it's time to come home."
The boys didn't even think about it. They just screamed and ran right off the hayloft. They didn't realize they were falling until they were about halfway down. The only thing that saved them from serious injuries was the full hay wagon they had fallen into. They climbed out and ran back out of the barn. They tried to run north, but the winds were too much, too strong to run in that direction now. They were forced to turn and run south again. They ended up running until they realized they were nearing the Crybaby Bridge again. As they started to cross the bridge, the boys knew they couldn't run anymore. They were tired and exhausted now. As they turned around, Abigail Tomlin was almost upon them.
"I tried to escape with my baby. My tyrannical husband-to-be sealed the fates of both myself and our baby. So many years ago."
She pointed at them.
"Now, I claim you three as my children. Don't despair. You won't remember what it means to live after a time."
The boys knew they couldn't run anymore. But then, something happened. The winds began to calm down. Horton pointed to the east. "Look!" The others looked to see the first rays of the morning sun.
No, not when I'm so close to having my children again."
With renewed strength and hope, the boys turned and ran again. Abigail Tomlin howled with rage and gave chase. But as the sun continued to rise, the boys were widening the distance between the ghost and them. The last thing they heard before Abigail Tomlin disappeared was the deafening howl of defeat. The boys made it back to their campsite and found that their stuff was everywhere. Even the fire had been blown completely out. Man, I can't believe that actually happened, Chapman stated. You got that right, Chunker agreed. I guess now we know what happens, don't we? Horton said simply. Hey, guys, we actually lived to tell about it. Chunker shook his head. I ain't saying nothing about this. Who'd believe us anyway? But if we don't say anything, someone else will meet Abigail Tomlin, Horton stressed. The boys talked it out, and ultimately agreed to keep what they had experienced to themselves. They packed up what was left of their camping gear and headed for home. But were the boys really able to keep their secret to themselves? Because it wasn't too long after that they had all just disappeared without a trace. The Strickfield local legend has it that on dark nights, just like the one the boys had experienced, you can still hear their cries for help. If you drive to Strickfield, go to the Crybaby Bridge on Indian Hollow Road at night and just remain there. Only for a while. Real Monsters from NEPA by Michelle Adler. I don't know about the new kid. Don't you think he's a little weird? Tom McCullough whispered, leaning slightly over his desk to get closer to his friend. A little weird? Come on, he's a freak, Jacob nodded. They both snickered. In front of them sat Patrick Marshall Sherwood III, the aforementioned new kid. His incredibly formal-sounding name wasn't really befitting his posture. Hunched over, staring at his desk and wincing at their laughter. His dyed black shoulder-length hair, eyeliner, and all-black wardrobe should have succeeded in making him look dangerous. But in reality, it just made him look tired and pale. I have to admit, I felt bad for the kid. The rumor around school was that his dad had been killed by a pack of feral dogs while he and Patrick were camping somewhere in the mountains of Georgia. Patrick had somehow escaped meeting his end there, but he hadn't gotten away easily. His face and arms were covered in a multitude of deep, gnarly scars from the event, a permanent reminder that he, and only he, had survived something truly horrible, and not by much. To be fair, he'd have been an ugly kid even without the scars. He was just a little too lanky and awkward for me to believe he'd ever been cool. Life ain't really fair, I guess. I didn't know how much, if any, of the story was just dumb rumors. I wasn't even sure if Georgia had mountains, but if it was true, he'd picked just about the worst town to move to if he and his mom were trying to escape their tragic past. Our town, located in a quiet corner of northeastern Pennsylvania, was mostly rural, encompassing part of the valley and a lot of the surrounding woods. That might sound fine, though maybe boring on paper, but incidents involving feral dogs had always been common here. Usually it was just pets and small animals that went missing, but lately some cows had been found halfway eaten dotting the nearby farms. Some more people were on edge than usual. Not really a vacation from their grief is what I mean. So, back to the story. Those chuckleheads kept up with their insults for a while, calling him every name they could think of. Poking him, sticking gum on his back, you name it. You'd probably have thought that our English teacher, Mrs. Alder, just kept blathering on about Shakespeare during all this. I wish she'd take notice. But she was so hard of hearing that I wasn't sure she could even hear what she was saying half the time. She was so old and fragile looking that I often wondered if she'd escaped a nursing home every morning just to come and teach us. It wasn't fair, though. I sat directly behind Tom in the last row of desks against the window, like a true delinquent I was, bouncing my leg, waiting for, I don't know, a sign that I should jump in. I'm not proud of the fact that it took Patrick brushing teardrops off his desk for me to do something. I reached forward and punched the back of Tom's chair hard enough to get everyone, including our teacher's, attention. "Stop making fun of him, or the next thing I punch will be your face," I shouted. I saw Tom and Jacob flinch from behind. "Marisa," Mrs. Alder spat, sternly, miraculously cured of her partial deafness for a moment. How many outbursts do we really need to have this week? But they were... I tried. No one will be picking on poor Patrick in my classroom. It's not his fault he's covered with horrible scars. She continued. I watched Patrick cringe, and the whole class began to giggle. There I go again, making matters worse. I left school late that day, long after the buses and carpools had gone. Basically my normal routine. Gotta make sure I don't run into any trouble. You see, like our scarred-up sad boy, I, too, was the subject of the other kids' hatred. But unlike him, I actually knew how to stand up for myself, and I could hold my own in a fight. Still, I didn't like to start trouble. I just relished in it when it came calling. But even if I won, bites and scratches do hurt after all, so it was better to avoid the rest of the student body when we were unsupervised, especially in the middle of the afternoon, in broad daylight. Who needs that kind of attention? However, on this particular day, waiting until my usual time, 4 p.m. to leave, wasn't enough. I pushed open the side entrance, and there was Patrick. He sat on the curb, his posture the same as earlier, the cool autumn breeze blowing his hair over his face. I held my breath, trying to be comically quiet and sneak away before he noticed. I just wanted to get home and not do my homework. Until again, I realized he was crying. I sighed and plopped myself down next to him. Waiting for your folks to pick you up? Oh, right. I forgot. Dead dad. Your mom running late? I corrected myself. I don't think she's coming, he said softly, continuing to focus on the puddle of tears collecting on the asphalt. I realized this was the first time I'd heard him speak. She's been different since... I can tell she doesn't like to look at me. Sometimes I think she forgets me on purpose. I would just try to walk back, but I don't know how to get home from here. I can't even look it up because a couple of kids from class pushed me and my phone broke my fall. You just gonna sit here all night then? I was hoping to. I like the dark. I honestly couldn't tell if that line was supposed to be sarcastic. Come on, tell me where you live. I'll walk you home, I offered as I stood up and brushed myself off. You're not going to trick me and leave me halfway and steal my wallet, right? He asked expectantly. Well, geez, not anymore, I'm not. Patrick let out a little chuckle. Okay, maybe we can make this work. I'm Marisa, I said, helping him up. And I promise I won't hurt you. Us freaks gotta stick together. As it turned out, Patrick only lived 1 block over from me in the cute little Cape Cod that old Mr. Patel owned before he got sick and had to move in with his kids. It was great because I didn't really have to go out of my way, but also a little sad because I only lived 6 blocks from the school. He was crying over a 10-minute walk. I agreed to help him find his way back to school the next morning and walk home with him again the following afternoon. Like I said, freaks need to stick together. So, is it true about what happened to your dad? I asked on our walk home the following afternoon. Patrick stopped dead in the center of the sidewalk. Isn't it obvious it is? He touched one of the scars on his arm tenderly. My dad is dead, my mom probably blames me, and I look like some villain from a slasher film. My life is totally ruined. Oh, that's a little dark, dude. I'm sorry. No, it's better if I just lean into it. I'm a monster now, and I have to get used to it, he sighed. Us monsters gotta stick together, I said like it was my tagline or something. Marisa, he said bluntly, you are not a monster. I furrowed my brow. He was silent the rest of the walk home. I felt bad for bringing up his dad, and wouldn't have blamed him if I didn't even get a goodbye. But when he was halfway up his driveway, he stopped. Marisa, I need to tell you something, he began without turning around. Can you keep a secret? What did I say 5 minutes ago about us sticking together? Patrick paused for a long time, like he was having trouble finding the right words. Listen, you're gonna think I'm crazy, but that's okay. Even I think I'm crazy sometimes. He clenched his fists tightly at his sides. But when we were camping, when those dogs showed up, they attacked me first. My dad fought so hard to stop them and lure them away from me. That's why he's dead. And I'm just this thing now. It's not your fault. No, that's not what I mean. When I was lying there, when they were tearing my dad to shreds, I could have sworn I heard them talking to each other. I could have sworn they were laughing. What does that even mean? I guess it's possible that I was delirious from blood loss, but if that's true, then how come even now, when it's really quiet, I can almost still hear them laughing? His voice was shaking. At this point, he was staring directly at me again, his eyes full of fear. Are you saying... I don't think they were dogs. I think they were... something else. Wolves, maybe? I offered. Patrick let out a little pitiful laugh. No, not wolves. So, now you know the truth. I'm crazy. Nice knowing you. I don't think you're crazy, Patrick, I said, not sure if I was lying or not. Either way, I don't think that's a good enough reason for us to stop hanging out. He smiled in a mix of confusion and relief. Thanks, Marisa. It seemed that letting someone else share his secret took a lot of weight off the poor guy's shoulders because, after that, he was a lot more outgoing around me. The edges of his sadness had been sanded down a little, and he actually let me get to know him. And as it turned out, Patrick was a pretty good kid. We were into the same comics and video games and even got each other's humor. We walked to and from school together every day for the next couple of weeks, and my mom let him stay for dinner most nights and sleep over on the weekends. As much as I considered myself something of a lone wolf, I had to admit it felt good to have someone around that really got me. I guess this is what it's like to have friends, huh? Things stayed good for a while. When the other kids realized that I'd taken him under my wing, a lot of the bullying stopped. And when he was picked on, he had gotten pretty good at standing up for himself. This, however, leads us to the incident that threatened to shatter the small bit of peace we'd begun to carve out for ourselves. Tom and Jacob, the only two kids still brazen enough to constantly mess with Patrick, had come up with a new way to get under his skin. You see, whenever Patrick tried to speak in class, or passed them in the hallway, or even entered a room, they'd howl like wolves. Because it was a relatively easy and safe way to upset him, they were usually able to get whoever else was around to howl along with them. I know it doesn't sound that bad, but after 3 days of it, Patrick wasn't looking too good. It happened in Mrs. Alder's class, as most bad things did. Man, she was a terrible teacher and was discussing another terrible book that they tell you is a classic and has all this symbolism, but was just written by some dumb guy who probably didn't even know what symbolism was. So, who can tell me why they think the author decided to make the badge red? She asked. Everyone stayed perfectly still, dead-eyed, hoping to avoid being called on and having to discuss colors. Well, everyone except Patrick. He actually raised his hand. Ah, yes, Mr. Marshall Sherwood, please enlighten us. You see, there's not actual... was all I could hear before a cacophony of howling delinquents overtook his quiet voice. Now, students, settle down and let him finish. You can howl all you want on the bus home, she said sternly in her traditionally tone-deaf sort of way. Silence returned to the room. Patrick tried again. There's not actually a... The howling returned, then quickly abated. Go on. Not actually a howling, then silence again. A reason that howling, then silence. This pattern continued for a tragically long time. I thought maybe he'd be struggling to say that one sentence for the rest of the class, until during that last interruption, I saw something change in his eyes. Patrick had finally snapped. He waited patiently for the noise to calm and took a deep breath. Let me start over. There's not actually a reason. This time he didn't stop when they began again. He just slowly turned to Tom, who was directly behind him, grabbed him by the collar, and punched him in the face repeatedly, all the while continuing to relay his point about the book. When he was done, Tom's face was a mess, and there was no more howling, ever again. The rest isn't really important. Patrick went to the principal's office and got detention for the rest of the week, and Tom went to the nurse and got everyone's sympathy. Even though he'd gotten in trouble, Patrick's attitude drastically improved. Detention was a small price to pay for being able to speak again. This did mean that we couldn't walk home together for a while, though. On Fridays, he would usually pack an overnight bag and come straight home with me for the weekend. But with detention and his mom grounding him for beating Tom to a bloody pulp, Patrick told me we'd have to skip our normal weekend hangouts. I was actually relieved to hear it. It was a weird time of the month for me, and our hangout would have been super awkward. I felt I dodged a major bullet and was also thrilled that his mom was paying enough attention to know he'd gotten in trouble, and that she actually seemed to care. I expected an easy Friday night, so I was surprised that as I finished washing dishes from dinner and turned off the water, I was alerted to a frantic knocking at our front door. Maybe Patrick's mom had changed her mind, I figured. Disregarding the overwhelming panic that seemed to loom in the constant banging, I was totally shocked when the opening door revealed none other than the devil himself, Tom McCullough, still bruised from his run-in earlier in the week, panting hard. "Why are you here?" I asked. I really couldn't think of a single reason he'd want anything to do with me. He tried to catch his breath. "Where's Patrick?" he pleaded. "What? You want a rematch?" No, listen, I think I messed up." He was still trying to catch his breath. Had he ran all the way here? "You want to apologize? Well, he isn't here. He's at home. Grounded." I was ready to close the door and get back to my evening. "No, he isn't. I went there first. His mom said he never came home after detention. I was hoping I was wrong and that he's here, but... Oh no, I really messed up." His voice trembled. "What are you trying to say, Tom?" Maybe I already knew. "My dad was pretty upset that I got beat up, and I was really angry, so I said some things about Patrick that maybe I shouldn't have. You know we own the farm on Schuylkill Road, right? And you know some of our animals have been killed lately, right? Well, he thinks..." Tom struggled with how to say the next part. I could feel adrenaline creeping into my limbs. "I heard him talking to his friends this afternoon, and I saw him load silver bullets into his shotgun. Marisa, he knows." Everything felt fuzzy. Where would they take him? I had to think clearly. "There's woods on our property, 15 acres of it. We can basically do anything we want out there." "Okay." I pushed him out of the way and proceeded down my steps. The sky was already turning pink and purple with the coming of evening. There was no more time. There was going to be a full moon. Tonight. "Wait, I'll come with." "No, it's dangerous and you've messed up enough," I thundered, not bothering to look back. "This is why we don't tell adults things. They always get all murdery." "Marisa, you have to understand, I didn't mean for this to happen. Sure, I've been messing with Patrick, but I would never want him to get..." He paused. "Hurt. I tried to stop my dad, tried to pretend I was lying about the whole thing, but he's so set on, well, you know, that he wouldn't listen to me." I turned toward the direction of the farm and took off running. "Marisa!" Tom called out, but he was far behind me now. There was no way I could be there before the sun went down, but maybe I could still get there in time to stop them. By the time I reached Tom's family farm, the last threads of daylight were fading from the sky. I was exhausted but confident that I was about to get my second wind. The woods were dark and cool, and I could feel myself returning to my senses. I picked up speed, heading in the direction I was now confident I would find them. Please, let me make it in time. Eventually, distant chatter alerted me to Patrick's location. I approached quietly, hiding myself in the underbrush while I gauged the situation. Crickets and frogs had begun to sing in the blackness of the evening. 7 adults, with flashlights, were gathered in a circle. I couldn't see him, but I knew Patrick was in the center. Each man was carrying a firearm on his shoulder or holding one in his hand. I was not relieved to confirm that Tom had been telling the truth. "Please, I don't understand what you're talking about. What would I want with cows? I'm a vegetarian!" A voice that had to be Patrick's pleaded. In the back of my mind, I got a weird feeling that something wasn't right, but brushed it off. "Listen, we know it was you. I mean, a kid who's been attacked by feral dogs shows up and we just coincidentally start losing livestock? I don't need to be a statistician to see the connection, a man that was probably Tom's dad was saying. Confess now, and maybe we'll be kind enough to let you live out the rest of your life in a cage. I swear, I didn't do anything bad. I don't know what you've heard, but please, I'm telling you the truth, Patrick begged. We'll see about that in a minute. Any minute now, Mr. McCullough said, looking up at the sky. One of the other men cocked his rifle. I'm tired of waiting. Let's get this over with. I'm missing my shows. A few of them began to argue about the merits of killing my friend now as opposed to later, and that was really enough for me. I moved forward slightly, twigs snapping under my weight, and let out a loud, guttural cry that just about shook the earth. The entire forest went completely silent, and stayed that way. I saw fear overtake the murderous group as they tried to find the source of the noise. I emerged confidently from my hiding place. Let him go! I howled. The blood collectively drained from their faces as they got a good look at me. I positioned myself to look as large as possible, my dense, wiry hair standing on end, teeth exposed in a snarl, saliva dripping from my jagged mouth. They pointed their guns in my direction, but I charged forward and latched onto the closest one, pulling it away from its owner and smacking him in the head with it. He hit the ground with the resounding thud. I bit into the rifle and broke it into pieces with my massive jaws as easily as if it had been a cracker. You really think your tiny bullets can stop me? I wailed. They inched back, still surrounding Patrick, but I was winning. Just one more push. Guys, shoot him already! Oh, thanks, Mr. McCullough. I've had enough! I lunged at them, ready to do whatever I had to, but that was enough to send them running for their lives, scurrying away like the cockroaches they were. Cowards! I huffed. Patrick was still on the ground. His hands were tied and he looked a little beaten up. He stared up at me, his whole body shaking in fear. I poked my nose in closer and sniffed at his face, trying to wrap my mind around the situation. Then went for his hands. He flinched at my hot breath, not seeming to realize that I was chewing through the ropes and not his fingers. It's okay. You're okay, I assured him, but he was just hopelessly confused. Suddenly, his posture shifted. Marisa? Why are you a werewolf? Patrick, why are you not a werewolf? I don't know how to answer that. You aren't going to eat me, are you? Well, not anymore, I'm not, I groaned. Us monsters gotta stick together after all. All the Busy Bees by David O'Hanlon. My father was in a secret society in college. I'm not sure what good it did him, but that's why it's a secret, I suppose. After college, he went to work for a retail giant and made COO in just a couple of years. Maybe it worked out pretty well. That kind of meteoric rise doesn't facilitate a lot of father-son communication. He still made sure to let me know he cared. His secretary would call to tell me goodnight on his behalf, for example. I think it was my 12th birthday when I realized he always called me Rugrat because he'd forgotten my name years before. The morning commute meant hearing him walk out of the house about the time I got up for school. He worked late every night and usually got home as I was turning off my light. I'm not even sure I remember what he looked like or if I've just constructed some amalgamation of Sonny Crockett and MacGyver to save on the therapy bill. I decided I wouldn't be anything like him when I grew up. And I've succeeded. My studio apartment was the size of a motel room. The wallpaper didn't match anywhere and was peeling like a bad sunburn to reveal festive patches of mold. Other amenities included my neighbor's radio, since the walls were as well built as a gingerbread house, and a soothing whistle created by the ill-fitting sheet of plexiglass in the cracked frame of my only window. I also had the most social cockroaches in the world. Those little guys snuggled with me in bed and shared my food with the loyalty of a labradoodle, and I didn't even have to pay my slumlord the $400 non-refundable pet deposit. That is called a win. I watched one of the females dragging an egg sack under the fridge. I wasn't even sure how roaches had sex and was in the middle of Googling it when the knuckles hit my door. I got up and tried to check the time on the microwave, but it just blinked the same 7 seconds it had since I plugged it in. I found it on the curb, and it was probably there for a good reason. The radiation leaking out reduced the heating bill, though, so another small victory for Chuck buyers. I opened the door and found a man in a cobalt suit that looked expensive and smelled cheap. He was paused mid-knock and lowered his hand with a sneer. "Charles Byers?" "That's me." I leaned into the hallway and looked both ways. On one end, a kid pissed on skinhead graffiti, and down the other, I found my geriatric neighbor, Jerry, heating a meth rock in a light bulb. I looked back at the man and squinted a little. He was tall and lean with a narrow, Vespin face. He held a leather briefcase just below a twinkling cufflink. "How did you get up here without getting mugged?" I asked. "Your neighborhood is full of scavengers," the man answered calmly. I pursed my lips and nodded. Yeah, that's kind of the point I was making. Scavengers know to move when predators come through. There was no bravado when he said it. It was just a cold, hard statement of fact that made my ass pucker and my stomach knot up. He asked to come in, so I showed him to the folding lawn chair that counted as my furniture. He sat his briefcase in the chair and turned to me. His hand disappeared into his jacket, and my life flashed before my eyes. It was a disappointing show, to say the least. Then he pulled out an envelope. "My name is Richard." He wiggled the envelope. For me? "No, Mr. Byers. I just find reading my mail more enjoyable in a stranger's shitty apartment." He didn't even blink, let alone smirk. He just wiggled the envelope again. I took it gingerly and flopped onto the bed. It felt funny, not like a normal envelope, but more like an old dollar bill. It was the kind of envelopes you bought when you ran out of ordinary things to blow money on. At least, I guessed it was. I hadn't used an envelope since 2004. Inside was a letter from Errant Extirpation Solutions. What is this? It was all in the letter. Dad was the majority shareholder in AES, and when he died the week before, it all became mine. I guess I should have been upset about his passing, but he wasn't any less available dead than he had been alive. Still couldn't remember his face, just his bushy mustache. No loss, plenty of gains. I stepped off the private jet with Richard in tow. A withered old man leaned on a cane amidst a sea of suits. The old man held out a veiny, liver-spotted hand. "Erwin Squire, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance." "Likewise," I shook his hand, which was suspiciously cold and moist like a piece of raw chicken. I rubbed my palm on my second-hand jeans. "The letter you sent didn't say much, and I've been asking Richard for more details." "Good luck with that!" Erwin's rasping laugh made me jump a little. It was like one of the alley cats back home hacking up a steel wool hairball. "I don't employ Richard for his conversational skills. He glares at people and they do what I want. It's a more efficient method than asking. You'll be riding in the Bentley. I hope it's to your liking. Your father was a picky bastard." "We don't have to worry about that from him, sir," Richard said over my shoulder. "Chuck has no standards. Shall I ride with him?" Erwin nodded and swept a hand towards the burgundy car. The driver stepped out and opened the back door as I approached. I hesitated and then slipped inside the car that cost more than my combined lifetime income. The back seat seemed to melt as I leaned against it, and I sighed pleasurably. "Does it meet your tastes?" Richard asked as he dropped into the front seat. "Oh yes, it's just fine." I watched the chauffeur shut my door and slipped back behind the steering wheel with the grace of a dancer. I've never ridden in a car like this." "Color me shocked." Richard took a pair of gold-rimmed aviators from his jacket and slipped them on over his frigid eyes. "I don't want you to get the wrong impression about me, Chuck. For starters, I hate calling you that. Not because it's informal and thus unprofessional, but rather because it is the stupidest name ever. I loathe it." "Blame my father," I said with a sympathetic shrug. "I do. Moving on. You are now the majority shareholder in AES. This also entitles you to a place on our board of directors and the professional assistance of myself, a fact that I find almost as distasteful as your name." I do not like it, and I am sure that you will not either." The car pulled away from the airplane and found its place in the convoy leaving the private airfield. Richard turned slightly on his hip to face me. "Your father was a mean-spirited go-getter. He set his sights on something he wanted. He made a finger gun at me and fired. And then he took it. You're not that kind of man." Is that a good thing or a bad one? Richard's eyebrows raised and he turned back around. "Neither, I suppose. Not every dog can be a fighter, Chuck. Sometimes a mutt's only good for a bait dog." I thought about what my sociopathic secretary said over the next 40 minutes. I fought the urge to ask when we'd arrive and just stared out the tinted windows as rural Arkansas passed by, with little to offer. I wasn't sure what AES did or how my father even learned of the company from his office in Cincinnati. Richard was an odd one, too. His terrifying, monotone voice had the slightest hint of an accent. Maybe Eastern European. Definitely one of those countries Bond villains come from. Then there were the cars and class of Irwin Squire. Thanks to my ex-girlfriend, I had seen enough Toby Keith videos to know these guys didn't belong in the trailer hood. So, what the hell were we doing in Arkansas? I was somewhere between self-realization and reliving a 6-month-old argument with my former boss at Hamburger Hamlet when I noticed the factory in the distance. I watched as the vehicles made the turn in sequence. Fascination is the only word that comes to mind at what I saw next. The cars wove through a series of concrete barriers like the news shows outside of a foreign embassy. We approached a 12-foot-high fence and 2 guards armed heavily enough to give G.I. Joe a boner. The car shook as it rolled over a cattle guard that Richard said was for bomb inspections. We continued down a long path, and more of the facility came into view. For the most part, it looked like any factory from the city, except for the black glass tower rising up from the middle. It wasn't a tower in big city terms, but the 6 stories of shimmering darkness stood out in the flat wasteland of eastern Arkansas the same way the surrounding bean fields would have marred the complexities of beautiful downtown Cleveland. The cars pulled into designated parking spaces in the lot under the tower like synchronized swimmers. No movement was wasted as each vehicle halted and its crew disembarked to prepare a line of defense all the way to the elevator. Richard personally escorted me there, and we waited for Squire to join us. The old man ambled inside, his cane clicking gravely against the imported Macassar flooring. I stepped in, and then Richard attempted to, but was met with the tip of Squire's cane squarely over his heart. "Cecil was a little too hard on the brakes today." Squire aimed the walking stick and jabbed the button at the top floor. "I want that handled, and then I want you to join me and Mr. Byers in the boardroom." I wasn't sure what to say, and just stuffed my hands in my pockets. Something about Squire was more unnerving than the viciousness that emanated from Richard. You knew a lion was going to eat you. A scorpion might murder you, or just be out cruising for a piece of bug ass. You couldn't be sure. I shivered at the thought of an impending sting. "So, is Cecil getting fired?" I asked. "Oh no," he answered with a chuckle. "It's hard to find good help, and Cecil has been with me for several years now. He simply needs a reminder so it doesn't happen again." "Right," I nodded like I knew what the hell that meant. "That makes sense." "I'm an old man now, frail even. It physically sickens me to say that, but I have to be more careful than ever before." "Happens to us all." "If cancer happened to us all, would it make it cupcakes and rainbows for the dying?" I smacked my lips. "I suppose not." "I knew your father for a long time, Charles." I prefer Chuck." "I don't." Squire coughed softly into the crook of his arm. "I was a professor of his. He was a brilliant student. Not academically, mind you. In fact, he was a complete idiot in that regard. Where he lacked talent, however, he made up for it with tenacity." The elevator dinged, and the doors spread wide to reveal my new kingdom. Offices lined all 4 walls, and in the center was a round, entirely glass room. Inside it, 4 gigantic monitors hung like a cube from the ceiling over the 30-foot-long conference table. Squire squeezed my forearm softly as we exited. It was about as comforting as a proctologist grabbing your shoulders. "Charles, Did you know that the American people waste over 100 billion pounds of food every year? Closer to 150, I believe. That's right, Charles. His face split into a smile so wide, it must have been genuine. The government is fighting over oil and will continue to do so. Unfortunately for those in power, it takes oil to go to war and get the oil. When that runs out, it'll be chaos, blackouts, looting, riots, and if you can believe it, food shortages. Which brings us to the question you've been waiting to ask. What the hell is this place? We entered the round chamber, and he gestured for me to sit. There was a dome on the table covered with a black cloth, like the fancy entree at those expensive restaurants on TV. I pinched the corner tentatively. My hand shook a little, and even more so when Squire nodded for me to continue. I ripped it off like a Band-Aid, and gagged hard. "I guess I should have warned you." He laughed a little, until it turned into a coughing fit. "Meet Trigona necrophagia." Inside, a score of bugs crawled on, in, and through a decaying human head. The eyes were gone, probably the first thing the little critters ate. Some hid in the graying shrubbery of the oversized mustache that accompanied the remainder of the upper lip. Specks of orange and flashes of black bands behind their wings tipped me off that they were bees, Charles. Squire gave voice to my thoughts. The vulture bee is endemic to Central America and has a, shall we say, curious culinary interest. A tiny bee face pushed out of a putrefied ear, and I fainted like a damsel in an old adventure movie.
Sylvia by Rob Fields.
I was sleeping in my bed. I woke up when I heard a loud dripping noise. I groaned and then put my hand down off the bed. As usual, my dog, Sparky, licked it while lying under my bed. I tried to get back to sleep, but that dripping was just too loud. I got out of bed and went across the hall to the bathroom. I turned on the light and screamed when I saw my dog was hanging on the shower nozzle by his neck. Sparky's blood was dripping onto the shower floor from his wounds. Then I saw the message on the mirror, written in Sparky's blood.
People can lick too.
I felt my heart drop fast. I turned to see my ex-girlfriend, Sylvia Charmer, standing in the doorway now. Her large boa constrictor was wrapped around her like a fur. "Hi, Zach. I told you I'd have my revenge for you killing Copy." I was speechless. I knew Jensen Mirren, my other ex-girlfriend, was crazy. Dead now, but crazy. But Sylvia? Once again, Sylvia's green eyes burned right through me. Before I could say anything, she raised her leg and kicked me hard in the gut. I staggered backward and fell into the shower. I was lying in Sparky's blood, but what really scared the shit out of me right then was seeing those sickening movements in Sparky's corpse right above me. My eyes were wide open, and I gulped hard. "That's right, Zach. I got my revenge by killing your dog. What's sad is that I really loved Sparky, and it hurt me to have to kill him. But you killed Copy. She produced a sharp knife, the one she killed Sparky with. And my babies want revenge too. After all, Copy was family. Revenge is a bitch, isn't it? This is for Copy, you murdering piece of shit." Using the knife, she sliced open Sparky's stomach with one movement. I screamed like hell as a bunch of poisonous snakes hissed loudly as they dropped right on me. After feeling one snake bite after another, I knew this was the end. I screamed and sat up in my bed. I was gasping for breath, and I was soaked with sweat. Oh man, I gasped in between breaths. Holy shit! Then I saw something move out of the corner of my eye. I screamed and shot out of bed, only to have my legs get tangled up in the covers and make me fall to the floor. I still managed to free myself and get to the light switch. I turned on the lights and saw Sparky! My German shepherd stood on my bed and just looked at me, as if he was asking me what's wrong. I went to him and started petting him. I even gave him a big hug. Man, Sparky, you're still here. I can't believe I had that fucking awful nightmare. But I had to be sure. I let go of Sparky and got off the bed. I moved cautiously across the hall into the bathroom. I turned on the light and looked at the mirror. No message was written in blood, just clean mirror glass. Then I quickly returned to the bedroom and looked underneath the bed. I knew that Sparky was just underneath it, but I had to know. Aside from some of Sparky's toys and a few rawhides, nobody was underneath there. Not even Sylvia Charmer. Fuck! Even after everything that happened with Jensen Mirren and her killing my family and all the fucking snakes and everything, why can't I stop thinking about Sylvia Charmer? I sat on the bed and groaned as I put my hands to my head. Then I felt Sparky lay down next to me. I lowered my hands and started petting him again. Why do girls have to be so complicated, boy? I asked him. Why can't they be simple? Like you? Sparky just barked once to answer me. I patted his head and knew I wasn't getting to sleep tonight, especially when I just couldn't get Sylvia Charmer out of my mind. The next morning, I was hanging out in Wilder Hall, our student union building, before I'd have to go to class. I had to drink some extra caffeine just to make sure I wouldn't fall asleep. Like I said, Sylvia Charmer haunted me now. I just couldn't stop thinking about her. Was I scared to death of her? Then I remembered how she came to comfort me that Friday, 2 weeks ago, in the science lab where I was working. She said she would get revenge on me for killing her pet snake, Copy. But before that, Sylvia and I had actually shared a deep, passionate kiss. I should have been over her, but she kissed me and I gave in and kissed her back. Did I really still love her? I knew today was going to be a long day. Shit, it would be even longer since it was Friday. I yawned and started to make my way to class. I grabbed an energy drink out of a vending machine along the way. I was ready to crack open the can, and then I dropped it, and my books. There she was! Sylvia Charmer stood only a good 10 feet from me now. Her naturally flaming red hair looked like a fire today, and her glowing green eyes burned hot, burned right through me. Her red lipstick looked like it could have been blood. She just looked right at me. Her stare continued to burn through me. She was still furious with me over killing her snake. I could even see her shaking a little. I wanted to move past her or even turn and run. She gave me that look that dared me to try. She remained silent for the longest time. Then she finally spoke one word, in a very deadly whisper. Tonight. Then she blew me a kiss before she turned and walked away. I had just finished locking all the doors and windows. I even found my dad's shotgun and loaded it. Sparky stood with me, and of all the things that could be happening, there was a fucking thunderstorm outside, and a bad one. Damned if it didn't remind me of all the horror stories Sylvia and I used to watch together, with scenes similar to what I was experiencing. Jesus, Sparky, why me? I groaned. Sparky just made a few doggy noises, but he still stood with me like the loyal friend that he was. And then I realized I had forgotten to check the basement windows. I moved to the basement door, turned on the lights, and started downstairs. Then, about halfway down, I remembered that the windows were all thick one-piece glass blocks that couldn't be opened. I turned around and headed back up. As soon as I turned off the basement light, there was a big flash of lightning followed by a loud crash of thunder. Suddenly, the back door burst open. Sylvia Charmer just stood right there now. Again, her eyes burned right through me. She was soaking wet from the rain and had a backpack on. She also had her boa constrictor around her neck, like a fur stole, just like in my nightmare. Hello, lover, she purred as she came inside. Did you miss me? Not like I missed you. I didn't know what to say to her. I was more surprised by how she had just forced open the back door. It had 3 fucking locks on it, including a deadbolt. Now she stood in the kitchen as she removed the backpack and opened it. Then she turned it upside down. Boy, did I ever scream when all those fucking snakes dropped out of it. Sylvia laughed now. Oh, the look on your face. Then her eyes burned through me again as she pointed right at me. Corner him, babies, but do not kill him. Yet. Sparky came to my side and started barking at the snakes. Then Sylvia gasped when she saw Sparky. Leave the dog alone. I do not want him hurt. At all. She pointed at me again. I'm here for you, you fucking bastard. She shook and tightened her fist. You killed my copy. I knew the front door was the only way to escape, but there were 4 locks there. Leave it to my deceased parents, even with all this security, it didn't keep Jensen Mirren from killing my family. Of course, she didn't kick down a heavily bolted door, but I knew that even if I worked the 4 locks, Sylvia's snakes would reach me before I could escape. Sparky barked loudly as 3 snakes cornered him. They obeyed Sylvia and never made any attempt to bite him. They just hissed at him, probably to warn him to stay still. I remembered I had my dad's shotgun and went to raise it. Too late. I felt something heavy land on me and realized Sylvia had thrown her boa constrictor at me. I had no idea how big that snake really was until it wrapped itself around me, tightly. Then I groaned as it squeezed me more. Strickfaden, no, Sylvia told it. I don't want him dead yet. The large snake just looked her way and nodded at her. She turned to her remaining snakes. We've got Zach now, babies. I want to talk to him before we kill him. Then she looked at me. I told you I'd get revenge for you killing Copy. He was family. She was so angry that she started heaving as she was breathing. I'm so beyond pissed at you right now. Then she yelled some more. First you broke up with me because you saw I had snakes. You fucking ghosted me for months. On top of that, you get yourself another fucking girlfriend and a psycho at that. Her eyes burned into me so much now, I could have sworn they actually burned me hot. Then she screamed, and you killed my snake! I just wanted us to make things right, and you shoved me to the floor. Then you killed Copy. She heaved and heaved. I knew any second she was going to order her snakes to kill me. She'd probably start by ordering her boa constrictor to crush me to death. She heaved and heaved even more now, and then I saw that she was starting to cry. Finally, she sank to her knees and began to sob uncontrollably. The snakes slithered in this weird way. It was as if they knew their girl was hurt. Yeah, she was hurt all right. I was the one who hurt her. I was scared of her snakes, and I walked out on her. I was scared of Copy when he tried to defend his master 2 weeks ago, and I killed him for it. In doing that, I had hurt Sylvia again. I even started to cry myself now. I now knew that I had hurt Sylvia so badly that I had reduced her to this. I had no right. I'm sorry, Sylvia, I choked out. I'm so sorry about everything. I didn't care if the boa constrictor was still around me. I wanted to look Sylvia in the eyes. If I was going to die tonight, I wanted her to know. I lowered myself in front of her. I love you, Sylvia. I never stopped loving you. I don't blame you for being pissed at me. I was so wrong to hurt you like I did. Go ahead and kill me if it'll make things right with you. Zach, she choked out. She raised her hand and put it on the side of my face. I never stopped loving you. I really want to kill you for killing Copy. But I can't stop loving you. I can't. Strickfaden, release him. Her boa constrictor loosened itself and moved away from me. Then Sylvia came at me and crushed her lips against mine. I felt myself come alive again with that kiss. Sylvia and I wrapped each other up and kissed hot and heavy. Sylvia and I were sleeping in my bed. We spent several hours burning it with all the hot makeup sex we had. I didn't deserve Sylvia Charmer by any stretch. But we were together again. Snakes or no snakes, for better or for worse. I tried to run from my fate, only to be drawn right back to Sylvia. We were spooned up together and sleeping through the storm that just kept raging on. I woke up and realized that Sylvia was still right there with me. I could still smell her on my sheets and pillows. Suddenly she sat up, as if coming out of a deep sleep, and turned around. I screamed when she opened her mouth, really wide, and hissed loudly at me. She had long snake fangs, and her glowing eyes looked more like green snake eyes. Her tongue was even forked. Then I felt myself wrapped up, the same way Strickfaden had wrapped me up earlier. The entire lower half of Sylvia's body was all a giant snake coil. Her naked upper body was still human. "You belong to me now, Zach," she whispered, snake-like. "Love me, my boy. Love me." I sat up in bed and was gasping for breath. Suddenly, I felt a soft hand on my shoulder. "Zach? What's wrong?" I looked to see Sylvia Charmer was still here with me. She still looked quite human. Yes, we truly did make love. We did have incredible makeup sex. When I woke up from my nightmare, I woke her up too. I just had a bad dream," I told her. "I'm sorry." I took her in my arms and held her to me. "I'm so sorry. About everything, Sylvia." She hugged me back. "Me too, Zach. I missed you so much." The bed felt a little heavier now. We both turned to see Sparky had joined us. Sylvia brightened when she saw him. "Sparky! Hi, baby!" Sparky barked once and started licking Sylvia's face. I remembered how much he really loved her. Sylvia laughed and petted him for a little bit. After a while, he got off the bed and went back underneath it. Then I looked just past her, to see her snakes in the far corner near my closet. They looked our way, but didn't advance. "It's okay, Zach. My babies won't harm you," she assured me. "I promise." Sylvia's word was good enough for me. We laid back down. We were about to spoon up again and go back to sleep, but we started kissing again, and soon we were having some more makeup sex. Sylvia and I were an item again. In fact, she asked me to bring Sparky and move in with her at her mansion. She promised me that her snakes would not harm us, so I took that leap of faith and started living with her. Every now and then, I could see her snakes slithering around. Maybe I was paranoid, but I could feel that they wanted to kill me. I think I waited for them to gang up on me when Sylvia wasn't around. They never did, though. Strickfaden came and sat next to me on the couch a few times and just looked at me, but he never attacked either. Sylvia made it perfectly clear to the snakes that they were never to harm me or Sparky in any way. "He's mine," she stated simply when she saw them looking right at me one day. We lived happily together now. It was almost as if we'd never broken up. Not only did we burn her bed again and again, but I'm sure we must have christened every room in her mansion. Many times. I couldn't tell you how many times we set her indoor pool on fire. I still say I didn't deserve this beautiful creature, but I was so happy that she was mine again. Even the snakes being around didn't bother me so much anymore. Sylvia came home one Saturday afternoon months later. She seemed a little off. "You okay, babe?" I asked. "I just got back from Strickfield General Hospital," she sighed and then smiled. "I'm pregnant. We're gonna have a baby, Zach. I mean, wow, we actually did it in spite of the fact that I was on birth control." "You're serious? Us? A baby?" "Yeah, I was just as shocked as she was." She nodded quickly. "I don't know whether to be excited or scared." I didn't need to think about it. "I'm not going to leave you again. Never again." I pulled her to me and held her. "I love you so much." And then I just said it. "Marry me, Sylvia." I heard her gasp. Then she pulled back and looked into my eyes. She was crying now. "Really? Marry me, Sylvia," I repeated. "Yes," she shrieked, snatching me to her. "Yes, yes, yes!" And from there, we went inside and burned Sylvia's bed again. 9 months later, I was in the waiting room at Strickfield General Hospital. Sylvia was my wife, and she was giving birth to our son. I couldn't believe how things had fallen into place. I couldn't imagine my life without Sylvia, especially with our son coming into the world. It seemed like forever before the doctor finally came out, but he did. "You can go and see your wife and son, Mr. Jenner." It seemed like I glided on the hospital floor as I moved quickly to Sylvia's room. When I got in, my beautiful wife was crying softly. Then she smiled when she saw me. "Here's Daddy, little one. You want to say hi to your daddy?" I stood beside her bed now. "You all right, love?" "We did it, Zach," Sylvia whispered. "We made this perfect little person. You want to hold him?" She handed our son to me. "Did you name him?" I asked, taking him from her. "I did. I named him Copy." And then the baby suddenly sat up in my arms and hissed at me. The baby had snake eyes, a wide open mouth, and started flickering his forked tongue. He had a lower snake body where his legs should have been. I looked at Sylvia. Her eyes were now the snake eyes from my other nightmare. She hissed and threw her blanket away. Her lower body was also snake-like. Just like before. She got off the bed and slithered towards me. "That's right, husband. His name is Copy. My snakes demanded that I kill you for taking his life that day." Sylvia had me backed into a corner. Then she looked into my eyes. "But I couldn't just kill you. So I decided on another alternative. A life for a life. You gave me a beautiful baby boy. And now, our baby needs nourishment." Then I screamed as our newborn son sank his snake fangs right into my neck. When the baby finally pulled away, Sylvia raised her snake body up high enough to where she could open her mouth really wide and bring it right down over me. I felt myself being lifted off the floor and sliding down into her body. I felt myself shaking as she swallowed me, more and more. It was so fucking dark now. So very, very dark. I cried out and woke up to find a nurse was shaking me. I reached out to put my hand on her forearm. What is it?" The nurse looked at me as I was gasping from fright, but she remained calm. "I just came out here to tell you that you can go see your wife and your new son, Mr. Jenner." I collected myself and then nodded quickly. I got up and let the nurse lead me to Sylvia's room. Sylvia had the happiest smile I'd ever seen. I could see that she had our baby cradled in her arms. Then she brightened up when she saw me. "Honey," then she said to our baby, "I want you to meet your daddy." She looked back up at me. "You want to hold him?" "Yes," I said quickly. Sylvia handed me our son. I looked him over carefully. Unlike my nightmare, our baby had a little patch of red hair on his head. Sylvia's hair was actually a mix of fiery red and yellow, but the baby's hair was the same red shade that hers was. "I'll leave you three alone," the nurse said and walked out. I looked to my wife. "Do we have a name for our son yet?" "I thought about naming him Copy," she said. My heart started pounding. Oh fuck, my nightmare was really coming true. I felt my heart grow heavy. Why did I think I could ever be happy again when Sylvia was still pissed at me for killing her copperhead snake that day? I decided I had had enough. I handed our son back to Sylvia. I took her hand as she cradled our son with the other arm. "Sylvia, I am so sorry what I did to Copy. I know I can never make up for that. I just know I love you and I wish I could take back all the hurt I ever gave you. I wish that..." Sylvia pulled her hand away from me and pointed at me sharply. "Stop right there, Zach." I raised my hands in front of me. "No, Sylvia, I can't take this anymore. If you want your revenge on me, then just take it. I won't run from you. I can't. I love you too much." Sylvia glared right at me. But this time, her eyes didn't burn right through me. I did want revenge. My snakes demanded that I take revenge, but I couldn't. I forgave you a long time ago. Look at us now. We have each other. We're married. She held up our son. We made him together, you and me. Can we please move past this? I love you, Zach. I love our son. Let's continue to make our life together. As a family. Please. I didn't know why, but I looked down at Sylvia's covers. I could easily see the shapes of 2 human legs underneath. No big snake body. I swear those fucking nightmares were driving me crazy. Sylvia wasn't some kind of snake woman, and our son wasn't some kind of little snake monster we had made together. I shared a brief kiss with Sylvia. Then I looked at her. Okay. His name is Copy. It's been 3 years now. Sylvia and I live alone with our son. We couldn't be any happier together. What happened? After we graduated from Strickfield University, I took over my parents' veterinary clinic, and Sylvia worked at home as a computer programmer. I even started taking reptiles, including snakes, as part of the family practice. Sylvia and I were really going to make it. Even after all the pain and hurt, we were really going to make it. The only sad thing was that Sparky finally passed away. I was forced to put him to sleep myself to put him out of his misery. I know Sylvia was just as devastated as I was, since she really loved Sparky. She was the last person he saw before he left us. Sylvia's boa constrictor, Strickfaden, ended up becoming my new best friend. No, he wasn't Sparky, but just the way he looked at me reminded me of him so much. I was sitting out on the back patio with Strickfaden when Sylvia came to me. She looked as happy as could be in spite of just coming back from Strickfield General Hospital. We both saw Copy playing and running around. Sylvia put her hand on my shoulder, and I put my hand on her hand. In spite of being a parent and the many sleepless nights it brought, I still loved this woman deeply, and I was still proud to call her my wife. "You're in a good mood," I said. I put Strickfaden down so Sylvia could sit on my lap and face me. We shared a kiss. Then she said, "We're not done having sleepless nights yet, honey." "Well, if you're talking about our bed burning," she laughed a little. "No, are you kidding me? We'll never be done with doing that." She moved one of my hands down to her belly. "I kept taking the best birth control, but you still managed to stick babies inside me. I'm pregnant." I was so excited that I held Sylvia tightly to me. As I did, I noticed little Copy was sitting down and playing again, but now he was holding a rattlesnake in his hands. I didn't recognize the snake as one of Sylvia's pets. As I watched, the snake never made any movement to bite Copy. Suddenly, I saw Copy move fast and pick up something. A mouse. He held it up by its tail with one hand while he held his new rattlesnake friend with the other. And before I knew what to think next, Copy had opened his mouth wide and devoured the mouse, just like that. After he finished his snack, he looked my way and laughed innocently. I could even see his snake eyes now. Did that really just happen? Or am I just having another nightmare? The Lady in the Germ Box by Killian Crane. It's too hot, Greg thought. He and the other poor kids sat in Squirrel Lodge, packed like rats in fold-out chairs. Some of the rats laughed. Some of them cried. BO fumes and chocolate breath stagnated in the air. Greg doubted he could take this for 2 weeks. The head camp counselor, Marty Hartman, took to the stage. His mustache wriggled as he checked something off of his clipboard. "All right, kids," he exclaimed. "Let's play the quiet game as I give you the Camp Tomodachi safety talk." It was all Greg's parents' fault. His father, a pro golfer, won a big tournament and used the money to get his helicopter license. His parents went on an awesome helicopter trip around Europe, while he was forced to learn the importance of rules or whatever for 2 weeks. He was ready to go home. Greg didn't listen as Marty droned on about emergency exits and procedures. He was caught in a game of cat and mouse, digitally. His fingers danced over the portable game system he held, making his avatar dash across a bridge. A giant fish chased him, mouth gaping. If he could just get the star over the water, he wouldn't have to worry about that stupid fish at all. He could sprint all the way to the end. It came down to one single jump. Someone bumped him hard on the shoulder and his avatar misstepped. He fell into the water, paddling like mad, but in the end, he was pulled down to a watery grave. Ugh, he grunted as the infamous game over music played. What the heck? He turned to see Russell smiling nefariously down at him. Russell had a fire-red mullet and was twice the size of any kid in the room. Pay attention to the assembly, the fathead said, sitting back and enjoying himself. When Greg's parents had dropped him off, they'd made a fatal error. They'd arrived in the family's luxury SUV. As Greg brought his things to the cabin, a large, chalky hand stopped him. It was said fathead. Hey, was that your ride? One of them, Greg corrected. We have 5. The fathead smiled, his pasty face somehow darkening. Oh, we're gonna have some fun, you and I. Marty raised a finger. Before we continue, I will stress to you children, absolutely no pranks and or bullying will be tolerated here at Camp Tomodachi. Something told Greg that the fathead behind him would be breaking those 2 rules, most likely breaking them over his head. Marty did a cartwheel. Let me introduce you to our camp counselors. There were 5 underlings total, all of them big kids, probably high schoolers, and probably losers if they were here and not doing cool kid stuff. Greg didn't bother learning their names. The only person he wanted to get to know was that blonde girl over there. Natalie, he thought her name was. Boy, was she something. Girls had cooties and whatnot, but Natalie seemed different. Her hair was like strands of gold, and her emerald eyes could start wars. She was walking, talking treasure. Greg just had to know, what was her deal? Give it up for our squirrel counselors, Marty shrieked, clapping madly. Greg gave a golf clap, the one his mother used at his father's tournaments. As Marty droned on about how much fun they were all going to have, there was a tap on his arm. It was the kid next to him. He had thick glasses and scraggly hair. I'm Simon, he whispered. Simon Biles, from upstate. First time on the yard? The yard? Greg asked low. Yeah, Simon said. You know, the yard, that's slang for prison on TV. Ah, Greg said, nonplussed. Yeah, first time. Simon smiled, pushing up his glasses. This makes year 3 for me. The rents just don't trust me around the house while they're gone. Want to be bunkmates? Year 3, Greg thought. This guy looked like he could use a friend, and Greg could use some information. He nodded at the blonde girl possibly named Natalie. What's her deal? Simon's eyebrows danced. That's Natalie Carver. Real looker, huh? She's queen bee around these parts, sure to get the leading lady role of this year's stupid play. Greg was intrigued. Play? Simon nodded. Every year we put on a play for our parents the day they pick us up. Marty says it shows that we learned about teamwork and dedication, but I think he's trying to live out some fantasy through us. And you think Natalie will be in this play? We'll all be in it, Simon said. It's mandatory, but yes, she'll probably get the leading part. Greg could feel himself coming down with a case of the acting bug. Where there was a leading lady, there was a Prince Charming opposite her, and possibly a kiss. It was clear that Simon was a wealth of information. Greg wondered what else he could tell him about the camp, and more importantly, Natalie. Greg put out his hand. You got a deal, bunkmate. Sweet, Simon said, and they shook on it. When Marty finally finished the squirrely safety talk, he announced that they would all have hot dogs for dinner, followed by activity sign-up. But first, he neighed, let's all come up on stage for our camp group photo! Cheesy music played. Kids ran to the stage. Greg ran too, stopping next to Natalie. He smiled wide for the camera. Maybe he'd been wrong about this summer camp thing. Maybe this would be the best summer ever. At 7:30 sharp, Marty Hartman's bugle woke the dead. Greg brushed his teeth, thinking about the night before. By pure coincidence, he and Natalie signed up for the same activities, even the same time slots. The play this year was The Wonderful Fairy Tale. According to the script, a witch casts a spell on a beautiful damsel, and only true love's kiss could wake her. Greg would study the script every evening after activities, really getting into the mindset of the prince. He was already rich and handsome, so he was a shoo-in. He couldn't wait to show Natalie how amazing he was at literally everything. He dressed for the day, satisfied with himself. Then he stepped into his shoes and grimaced. Dollops of shaving cream foamed around his ankles. Greg sighed. Everyone else was already outside. His shoes sloshed as he sprinted. A camp counselor raised the flag as Marty slid his bugle away, put his hand over his heart, and led them in the Pledge of Allegiance. Greg couldn't help but look for Russell. He found the fathead was grinning at him. Well, he thought, this isn't going to be good. The week went on much in that fashion. Each time he tried to impress Natalie or even just get her attention, there was Russell to ruin it for him. It didn't matter what sport they played, dodgeball, volleyball, kickball, basketball, tennis. When Russell was on the serving end, Greg was always on the receiving end. And when Greg had the ball, he had to either get rid of it immediately or be crushed by a stampeding fathead. Sprinkled in between being humiliated at every event, Greg kept discovering little surprises. And every time he discovered them, Russell wasn't far away. Bugs in his backpack, sand in his toothpaste, a toy snake in his nightstand. Worst of all was when he learned that Russell could sew. He'd sewn all of Greg's underwear. Together. He wanted to report all of this to Marty, but he didn't dare give either of them the satisfaction. He just accepted Simon's help getting rid of the evidence and moved on. Bunkmates, Simon would say, and it would genuinely make Greg smile. Greg didn't shirk his studies for the play. In drama class, he was by far the loudest and the most expressive. He knew he was a shoo-in for the prince. He just needed to seal the deal. He couldn't understand why people were laughing, but he was getting a reaction. The evening before auditions, Greg and Simon sat on the sandbar of Lake Tomotachi, talking shop. Simon shuddered. That thing is so creepy. Greg followed his gaze. There was an electric blue porta-potty at the edge of the forest. Marty explained that, because the cabins were so far from the sandbar, they'd installed a blue box in case of emergencies. Greg felt unease, nodding his guts. It was fact those things contained all kinds of sickness and disease, and they stank. No one with any sense would ever use one of them. At least, that's what his mom said. Those things really give me the heebie-jeebies, Greg said. I wouldn't go inside of that thing in 1,000 years. Behind them, a tall fathead with a red mullet burst from the bushes. Really? The heebie-jeebies? He lifted Greg by the shirt, grinning from ear to ear. You don't say! He hauled Greg in the direction of the electric blue germ box. Greg pumped the brakes, digging his bare feet deep into the dirt. His shoes were far behind next to Simon. No, he thought, no, my bare feet can't touch that floor in there. No! Put me down, fathead, Greg shouted. Simon on his heels echoed, Put him down, fathead! Russell backhanded Simon, sending his glasses flying. The boy quickly shuffled to all fours, searching madly for them. Greg tried to put up a fight, but Russell shook him like a sack of marshmallows. His brain careened in his skull, making him see double. The door of the germ box swung open. No! Greg cried. Please, Russell, no! Russell threw him inside and shut the door. Greg kicked and yelled, but it wouldn't budge. He heard Russell laughing as he shoved something against the door, blocking it good. Greg's bare feet touched the floor. Germs, he thought. I can feel the germs between my toes. He screamed. Simon! Help! I'm running for Marty, Greg! No, you don't, snitch. 2 sets of running feet faded away. Whatever trapped him was jammed solid. He wanted to hyperventilate, but he didn't dare breathe. The toxic fumes might kill him. Actually, he thought, it didn't smell too bad. It was relatively clean for what it was, but grime began to seep between his bare toes. What would the prince do, he thought. He raised the toilet lid. Some brave souls had definitely been here already. Waste floated in the blue liquid below. He gagged, slamming it closed. Anger welled inside of him. I wish Russell would just disappear. There was a knock. Greg looked at the door. Maybe someone heard him screaming. Hello? Can you help me? There was another knock. It hadn't come from the outside. It came from the toilet, from under the seat. He hesitated, his heart thudding in his neck. Hello? The knock came again, louder. Greg lifted the lid. There was a woman down there looking up at him. Her long, wet hair knotted in clumps, and her skin was stained a dark blue. She smiled thinly. Hello. Greg wanted to scream, but he couldn't. Her head bobbed out of the toilet bowl into the light. He backed as far away as he could, but they were basically face to face. Who are you? He uttered. The lady cocked her head to one side, and blue liquid ran from her ear. Greg barely kept from losing his lunch. Her voice was soft. I'm the lady of the lake. I heard your wish. Greg was stunned. My wish? The lady nodded enthusiastically. I can help you. Tell me what you wish, and it will be so. Greg thought of his game. Was this his chance to grab the star? With Russell out of the way, he'd have no problem impressing Natalie. Fine, Greg said. I wish that Russell would disappear. The lady smiled, bowed her head, and disappeared with a splash. Marty Hartman opened the door, holding a large board and a pair of boys' shoes. Are you okay, Gregory? Greg wasn't sure how to answer that. We'll see, he guessed. Russell got a stern talking to about why bullying is bad, but by dinner he wasn't in trouble anymore. The fathead smiled at Greg. Greg smiled back. He couldn't help himself. Either he'd gone crazy in the germ box, or, after tonight, Russell wouldn't be a problem. As the bugle woke him, Greg felt wonderful. He looked at where Russell slept. The bed was empty. He got ready fast. There were no bugs in his bag, no snakes in his nightstand, no sand in his toothpaste. When he put on his shoes, there was no shaving cream. The flag was raised, and they said the Pledge of Allegiance. No Russell in sight. As they split into groups, Greg stopped Marty. Hey, he asked. Where's Russell? Marty checked his clipboard. I'm sorry? Who? Greg blinked. Russell. Marty checked his clipboard again. Who? Greg smiled. Oh, no one important. That day was amazing. With no fathead interference, he was able to put in some time with Natalie. She didn't seem all that interested in talking. In fact, she seemed to try and avoid Greg, but Greg was confident that that would change soon. At auditions, Natalie killed it, drawing applause from the entire crowd. She was a shoo-in for the part of the damsel. Greg put in the performance of a lifetime. He didn't just pretend to be the prince. He was the prince. Instead of a standing ovation, people laughed. He didn't understand what they thought was so funny. Still, he was confident. That night, he had 2 sloppy joes to celebrate. It wasn't long before Marty posted the roles on the squirrel bulletin board. Bodies buzzed excitedly around the results. Greg couldn't see through them, but it was clear by murmurs that Natalie got the part of the damsel. To his confusion, a lot of people were congratulating Simon. He supposed that Simon got the part he wanted. Borkley, the comic relief. He shoved through the crowd and scanned the list for his name. But there had been some mistake. Simon Biles. The Prince. Gregory Gaspard. Borkley. His jaw hit the top of his shoes. How could this happen? Simon, looking dejected, put out a hand to shake. You gave it hell, bunkmate. You'll be an awesome Borkley. Greg stared at the hand. Shaking, he squeezed a bit harder than he intended. Congrats, pal. He hid the storm cloud in his heart. He needed to walk, clear his head. And then, the storm cloud had a flash of lightning. Lake Tomatachi. The sandbar. He went straight to the germ box, locking the door behind him. The darkness magnified the smell. He was terrified, but he was out of options. Simon had simply forced his hand. He lifted the lid of the toilet, swatting the fetid air. Tentatively, he said, "I wish I was the lead in the camp play." The stark outline of a head, dripping blue liquid, floated out of the toilet bowl. "Is that so?" Greg swallowed hard. "Yep." Before, when he'd made his wish, she disappeared almost immediately. This time, she lingered, floating ghostly quiet. Greg could hear his breathing. After an eon, she cut the silence. "Anything else?" The words surprised Greg. "Yeah, I suppose. There's this girl, Natalie Carver. I wish she liked me. A lot." She gave a low bow, then disappeared. Greg quickly shut the lid. "Well," he said to no one, "that's that." He crept back to Squirrel Lodge. Among the kids running wild, Simon was talking to Natalie. She was smiling at him. Greg had had enough. He left and went to bed. He tossed and turned for a long time, wrestling with the night's events. When he finally dreamed, he was at one of his dad's golf tournaments. His swing was perfect. The ball plunked into the electric blue germ box. Hole in one. The bugle sounded, and everyone rose to greet the day. Except Simon. A medical emergency was declared. Simon was wheeled out of the cabin by EMS. His glasses dropped from his face, skittering on the ground. Greg picked them up. Simon reached out to him with a red and white striped hand. He was striped like that all over his entire body. "Thanks, bunkmate," Simon said, weakly putting on his glasses. He gave Greg a pitiful smile. Even his teeth were striped. The ambulance doors were shut, and the vehicle roared away. Greg felt genuinely terrible about what he'd done. Until he locked eyes with Natalie Carver. She looked at him in a way that made steam whistle out of his ears. Marty walked up to him, shaking his head and looking at his clipboard. "Sorry to ask like this," he said. "I know he was your friend, but the show must go on. It's what Simon would have wanted. How do you feel about being the prince?" Greg's eyes never left Natalie's. "Yes," he said. "I think Simon would want that." Marty checked something off his clipboard enthusiastically. "Fantastic!" During activities, Greg and Natalie were inseparable. Instead of participating, they doted on each other, laughing at everything the other said. More than once, camp counselors had to separate them. During the afternoon break, they stole away to a secret alcove near Lake Tomatachi, far from camp counselors' eyes. "Oh, Greg," Natalie said, "I don't know what it is about you. You're just so funny." Greg shrugged. "What can I say, m'lady?" Natalie lost it. Greg laughed himself. He was pretty funny. "It's too bad," she moped. "In a few days, I'll have to go back home, and you'll have to go back home, and we'll probably never see each other again." Greg had other plans. They locked eyes for a long time. Never say never. They kissed. It was just one, and it was over fast, but to Greg, it lasted a lifetime. He felt woozy as they rubbed noses. "We better get back," he said. "They'll be looking for us soon." "I know," Natalie said, tittering. "We're so bad." They walked holding hands, the sandbar crunching under their feet. The germ box loomed ahead. "I'll catch up," Greg said. I need to pee." "Oh," Natalie said. "I can wait on you." Don't be ridiculous. I'll catch up." She hesitated, not wanting to move. Then she gave up, pouting. "Fine, but seriously, don't take too long. I'll miss you." She sulked away. Greg went into the germ box and locked the door. "I wish I never had to go home." He raised the toilet seat. She smiled up at him, content not to come up. "You sure about that?" she asked. Greg cleared his throat. "Yes." The lady nodded, then sank into the dirty abyss. That night, Greg's dreams were filled with hand-holding, hugs, and best of all, kisses. He got his star power up. He was unstoppable. No bugle screeched that morning. Instead, Greg was called into Marty's office. He thought maybe he and Natalie were in trouble, but Marty looked too grave for that. "Gregory," he said, tears welling in his eyes. "I really don't know how to say this." Greg grew impatient, ready to spend the day with Natalie, ready for another kiss. "Well, spit it out already." Marty blew his nose. "I'm so sorry. We got a call that your father crashed his helicopter. Your parents are..." Greg sank in his chair. Marty handed him a tissue. Greg looked at it, not sure what to do with it, not sure about anything. Eventually, he was able to speak. I need to go home." Marty winced. "Actually," Greg's eyes went wide. "What?" "Your neighbor called. There was a fire, something electrical. Your house was totally destroyed." Greg laughed, unbelieving. It wasn't a happy laugh. Marty shook his head. "I'm sorry, Gregory. I can counsel you through this. Do you need a hug?" Greg crumpled the tissue in his hand. "No. What am I supposed to do?" "Well, you can stay here. We have everything you need." "No!" Greg shouted. "Now, Gregory," Marty said, "it's lovely in the winter." "This wasn't the deal," he shouted. "She tricked me." Marty's mustache twitched. "Who tricked you?" Greg stormed out. "Gregory!" Marty shouted. "Come back! I'm not finished counseling you!" Greg almost sprinted past the kids saying the Pledge of Allegiance. Natalie seized him by the arm. She had a crazy look in her eye. "Greg, don't you ever scare me like that again. Where were you?" "Get off me!" he yelled, pulling away. Natalie's face went from hurt to fury to pleading to love. "I'll never leave you, Greg. What's wrong? Let me help you." Greg was crying. "Leave me alone!" He ran towards Lake Tomatachi. Natalie close behind him. She was frothing mad. "Greg, don't you run from me! You can't get away from me!" He locked himself in the germ box. She pulled and banged and even headbutted the door. "Get out here so I can help you!" she shouted as her claws scraped down the electric blue plastic. The smell was horrible. Greg lifted the lid, releasing a swarm of flies. "Get out here," he commanded. A face bobbed out of the blue liquid, floating among the waste. It was grinning with thin, sharp teeth. Marty muled outside. "Greg, come out here. Let me counsel you." The box shook as Natalie assaulted it. He could see her wild eyes through the crack. It wouldn't be long before she pulled the door off the hinges. "Greg!" When Greg turned back to the lady, her head stuck high out of the bowl. She seemed to bulge from under there, barely contained. She was big, he realized. He wondered, with some horror, what she'd look like hauled up on land. Gills ran the length of her serpentine neck. "You called?" "You cheated," he said. "My wish didn't come true." Her blue tongue licked dripping liquids from her lips. "You wished you didn't have to go home." The door flexed, the plastic nearly buckling. His parents, his house, this camp. It was all too much for him. He had to escape. He wanted out. He looked at the lady, his voice a fury. "Get me out of here!" She cocked her head. "Are you sure about that?" Greg gestured behind him. "Yes! I wish I could disappear!" The lady's pupils grew massive. "Very well. Her head lurched forward, biting into his fingers. Shocked, Greg screamed as the needle-like teeth sank into his knuckles. Her gills opened and she blew ultramarine liquid everywhere. Slowly, she slid into the toilet bowl, cackling as she did. Greg pulled and protested, but she wouldn't let him go. He reached for the handle, but he was already too far. He flailed madly as he was pulled into the darkness, into a sea of ultramarine blue. The bowl muffled his screams as he slipped. Marty mewled from the outside. "Greg, let me counsel you!" Natalie screeched. "Greg, let me help you!" The lady slid below the surface, her eyes glowing in the dark liquid. Dread seized Greg as the greasy fluid ran up his arm. He squealed as his grip failed, and he was pulled fully into the bowl with a great splash. Natalie pulled the door off its hinges, throwing it to the side. Greg was nowhere to be seen. She and Marty held their noses as they looked down the open lid just in time to see a grouping of bubbles float to the top. One by one, they popped, and the waste floating on the blue sea grew deathly still. Boxed In by Morgan Moore. It was an average day in the small town of Xenia. The weather was warm and humid. In the sky, the sun was just beginning to set, bathing the small town in a mix of blue, orange, and pink light. Two boys, both in their mid-teens, walked down one of the bike paths, holding gas station slushies. They walked and sipped until they reached the town bike hub and moved over to a shaded area for a bit of rest. "Geez, it's hot today." "No kidding. I feel sticky and grimy, too. Definitely gonna need to wash up when I get home." "Well, then we should get going." They started down the paved path, but they soon stopped when confronted by a diverging pathway. The path wasn't paved like the rest of the trail they were on. Rather, this part of it led off into trees and bushes. It almost looked like a jungle to the boys. "What is this, Kyle?" "Oh, it's just this path. It always creeps me out," Kyle replied, his voice soft, but his words were heavy and hung in the air between the two. Kyle peered down the path, but to Daniel it looked like any other part of the land surrounding the city. Dirty and overgrown with wildlife, the ground covered with dead leaves and trash. Normal, everyday Xenia. "What about this is creepy?" Daniel asked. Kyle turned his head away from the path to look at his friend. "You've never heard about Patty Short Daniel?" Kyle asked. "Who?" Daniel responded. Kyle chuckled a little bit. "Yeah, I guess that would make sense. How could you have heard of it with you only having lived here for a few months now?" He was right. Daniel had moved to Xenia in March, and while his dad was quick to get comfortable in the town due to his job, he and his mother had mostly just been at home when not running errands. Daniel had only met Kyle since they lived on the same street, his parents electing not to have him start in a local school since the school year was almost over. As such, Daniel hadn't really interacted with anybody else his own age. Kyle took a loud sip from his slushie. "Well, it's hard to say how much of it is true. I only heard it from my friend's older brother, but it is really something messed up." "Then why bring it up?" Daniel questioned before taking a sip from his own cup. "Because you asked about why that path freaked me out. Aren't you a little curious? Or are you just scared?" Kyle replied, his tone still the same soft and heavy mix, but it gained a bit of its normalcy when he questioned the bravery of his friend. "Well, if you stop to tell me, then you might as well finish the story. Besides, I'm not scared," Daniel told Kyle. All right. Don't say I didn't warn you," Kyle responded before taking another sip. The two boys looked at each other and then towards the path. "There was this girl named Patty Short. My friend's brother and her went to the same school together when they were about our age. Anyways, I guess she started to, develop early, if you know what I mean. And she started getting attention from a lot of people. Well, I guess she started to lean into it and became popular. Like, mega popular with everybody. Boys especially. So she starts to date a lot of boys, and I don't mean seriously date, just go out with them and mess around. Time goes on and she eventually found somebody she liked. liked. Things got intense, and while she seemed to be really happy, there were some who were totally jealous. Well, one boy in particular really didn't take kindly to the idea that this girl he was head over heels for was now unavailable, and this really pissed him off royally. And he began stalking her, staying in the distance and trying not to be seen by her everywhere she went. Really freaky stuff. Just before school let out for the year, Patty vanishes. Some people say they saw her around town, some say they saw her leave town one night on the bike path, but nobody knows for certain. She just disappeared. Now, my friend's brother said he knew the truth, that the boy who would follow her saw her walking one night down here and somehow got her to go down that path. They walked on and came to an abandoned house, and Patty got talked into going inside. Things didn't go as planned, and when Patty tried to get away from the psycho, he knocked her out, stuffed her in a rainwater barrel, and buried her in the backyard. But she wasn't dead. Well, he kept her alive down there with just the tiniest hole for air and whatever food and water he brought her. She was now completely his. Kyle finished and took another loud sip. Daniel, however, stood in silence. Stunned, horrified silence. He had gone pale, and goosebumps popped out all over his arms and legs, and his expression, pure terror. You can't be serious, Daniel finally spoke out. I am. I mean, as serious as I can be. It's an urban legend after all, or some crap like that, Kyle replied nonchalantly. There was a silence between the two, amplifying the growing cricket song as the sun sunk low in the sky. So, what happened? Daniel asked. What do you mean? Like, did they find her? Oh, I mean, obviously they tried to find her, but some people say she was dead, or that her family had found her and kept it a secret, moved away. Most believe she may still be alive in that barrel, waiting for her boyfriend to find her, Kyle explained. What about the boy? Did they catch him? Daniel questioned. Nope. Everybody knew it was him, but I guess the cops could never pin it on him. Silence once more fell between the two boys. Daniel occasionally took small sips from his drink, his stomach feeling uneasy due to Kyle's story. It couldn't be true. Could it? The story he had just heard was too horrific. Yeah, bad things happened to kids, but he just couldn't wrap his head around this one. Want to go down there? Kyle asked suddenly. What? Daniel responded, startled. You want to go down the path? See for ourselves if the story is true or not. Daniel looked on in disbelief. But I thought you were creeped out by it. Why do you want to go? Kyle chuckled a little bit. Yeah, but you know what they say. You gotta face your fears. Are you too scared to go down there? He asked Daniel teasingly. Daniel gave his friend a scowl and started down the path without him. Kyle chuckled again and started down the path as well. The duo walked through the trees and overgrowth for a while, batting away at mosquitoes. By this point, the light was scarce, but there was enough to see where they were going. Minutes passed, and Daniel was beginning to think the story was simply made up, and this uneventful walk through the overgrown weeds of Xenia wasn't helping. But after one final stretch of bushes, the boys found themselves standing before a dilapidated house surrounded by a half-standing fence and piles of trash. But, most menacing of all, were the blue plastic rainwater barrels that stood at various locations in the yard. Daniel couldn't believe his eyes. Everything Kyle described in the story was here, and then some. Jesus, he muttered, the slushie in his hand dropping to the ground. It's true. Everything is true, Kyle said flatly. The two boys looked at each other, and in a move spurred by adrenaline and youthful stupidity, began wandering the property. They poked their heads into some of the barrels only to find them filled with brackish water. They looked at the house in unison. What do you think? Want to go check it out? Kyle asked his friend. Daniel looked at his friend and then again at the building. He couldn't believe that Kyle wanted to go in. This was the guy who said he was afraid of the path to begin with. Well, Kyle asked again. Daniel found himself unable to speak. On the one hand, he was scared utterly shitless and wanted nothing to do with this horror show. But, and he hated to admit this, he was curious. He had already gone this far. Why not go just a little bit more? His eyes fell on the garage attached to the house. The garage. I say let's check out the garage, Daniel responded sternly. All right, it's your call. Lead the way, Kyle replied. Daniel gulped. Of course Kyle would make him go first. He had been egging him on for the majority of the day. As much as he wanted to leave, he had told himself he simply had to close this chapter. He had to have the knowledge of if the story was true. The young man began to move towards the garage, slowly, his heart pounding faster and faster with each step. When he reached the garage, Daniel found himself unable to reach out and open the door. His fear paralyzed him as his heart began to feel like it was going to burst out of his body. Standing there, he could feel every inch of his body tensing up and sweating bullets. He forced himself to throw an arm forward and open the door with a fury. Daniel walked inside and looked around. The floor was unpaved, only dirt and some weeds covered the surface. Besides some broken shelves and trash, nothing else was present. No girls in barrels or maniac kids, just good old neglect. Daniel sighed and scolded himself for being such a scaredy cat. He turned around to leave and stopped in his tracks. In a corner by the door was a chunk of earth that had been dug up. Thunderous heart-pounding became the soundtrack to Daniel's own private horror film, one he was living in. His brain told him to run away, but his body didn't listen and unbelievably moved towards the hole. When he got to the hole, he peered into the darkness. Inside was a wooden box, half covered with dirt and looking just as decayed as the vast majority of the garage and yard. But that didn't catch his eyes the most. No, that dubious honor would go to the puncture holes in the box and a rectangular cutout near the upper edge of the box, through which Daniel saw two cold eyes. Dead eyes. Daniel backed away quickly, his breathing becoming ragged. His mind raced in every direction. It was true. Everything Kyle had told him was true. Daniel finally gained enough of his faculties to move towards the door. Wham! Daniel found himself on the ground, face down. Blood began to spill from the back and side of his head. Standing over him was Kyle, a shovel gripped in his hand. I'm sorry, Dan, but I have to. You should have just said no to coming down here. Shame. I liked you. I really did. That's kind of the problem, though. We're starting school soon, and well, I just know you're going to be popular with everybody, and that would mean we wouldn't have any time together. And we can't have that. So here we are. But don't worry. I'll visit you as often as possible. Besides, you'll have company when I'm not around. Kyle smiled, tossed the shovel down, and exited the room. The young man exited the garage as Daniel laid there, blood pooling around his body. His eyes were wide open as his body twitched. After a minute or two, Kyle returned, dragging one of the barrels with him. He laid the barrel down on its side, and with some effort and a few well-placed kicks, managed to stuff Daniel inside. Kyle righted the barrel, walked over to the door, and exited again as the sun set, and night took over. The Halloween Heist by Rob Fields. I don't mind telling you how great it is to wake up to a nice, warm, female body most every morning, especially during the fall and winter months. Take this morning, for example. I'm kinda in between sleep and being awake, but I can feel the soft, warm, naked body I'm spooned up with. Then I hear her moaning softly and feel her move to lay on her back. Okay, now I'm fully awake. I start feeling her up and then we kiss. Soon we're having some really awesome morning sex. I usually only do morning sex when the night before was just as incredible. We end up going a couple of rounds before we finally decide we're satisfied. Now I remember the girl I brought to my loft. Her name is Kitty. Oh yeah, I remember the names of all the girls I've ever slept with, and for good reason. I'll get to that. I met Kitty at Shakers, a bar that Strickfield University's students tend to hang out at. I usually frequent a few of the local bars and even a few outside of Strickfield to find that perfect girl, or the occasional woman, to take to bed, at least for a night. Kitty really stood out for me last night. I mean, this girl is perfectly stacked. Great body, great face, awesome rack, hot ass. Normally, I only have to turn on the charm to get a girl to come to bed with me. But once in a while, the girls just come right to you. That was Kitty. I bought Kitty a few drinks and just talked with her about whatever she wanted to talk about. See, that's one of the ways you're guaranteed to get girls into your bed. They need to know you're genuinely interested in them. They just want to know you care. And of course, you need to make sure you keep your body finely toned, which means watching your diet and making sure you work out most every day. Getting back to Kitty, the girl was practically begging me to take her to bed. She wore a very form-fitting dress that basically told me she wasn't wearing any underwear. I was right when I got her back to the loft and got her dress off. Kitty and I pounded each other many times last night. We just couldn't get enough. Normally, after I've had a girl for a night, we part ways. Sometimes I'll get a girl that wants more than just one night. Sometimes I make an exception or two, depending on the girl and how good the sex really was, but most of the time, I just tell them I'll call them, just to get them the hell out of my loft and out of my life once and for all. But I'll let you in on a little secret. These girls aren't altogether out of my life. No, they end up being a part of my collection. See, I've got cameras set up all over the loft that record and store the content onto servers and hard drives that are rigged up. When it's time, I'll go and edit the footage and make some quality homemade adult movies that you just can't find anywhere else. Oh, and I can only imagine what kind of quality porno I'll make from Kitty's footage. While I'm thinking about it, getting girls into my bed has been so much better for me since my roommate, Jacob Levine, and his stupid girlfriend Genevieve Van Sant both ended up getting murdered in this loft months ago. Yeah, it freaked me the fuck out. I was staying at Raylene Jones's dorm that night. 1, I forgot a term paper that was there. 2, I'd already had sex with Raylene before I left. As I was about to come into the loft, she called me back and offered to let me spend the night. Guess we both wanted more of each other, and I needed that term paper. So there you go. The funny thing was, I came back here the next day and found this message written in blood that told me I was glad I didn't actually come in. Knowing I had the loft all to myself, I quickly got that blood off the walls and got the room repainted. Since Jacob wasn't here anymore, that meant I could keep whatever he had. I mean, nobody in his family ever came to claim anything. That included all the cameras he'd set up. See, Jacob and Genevieve were making homemade porn together. Yeah, she knew about it because she knowingly looked at the cameras. As for me, I managed to cleverly hide the cameras well enough after I took over the loft. Not a single girl I brought here ever discovered them. But you know what the beauty of being able to make homemade porn is? There are actually a few websites, I won't say which ones, that'll pay some damn good money for these movies. Being a Mirren, I've got more money than I'll ever know what to do with, but enough is never enough, right? Every now and then I'll just sell a video to one of those sites and make some damn good money. As for the girl in the video, who really cares? She ought to be happy that she's getting a lot of attention. Talk about getting to the height of your popularity, and if one of them ends up catching a lot of shit for it, oh well. Come to think of it, Kitty has about the same build as a girl I remember sleeping with that I sold a video of. Catherine Pierce. Not only did Catherine get expelled by the dean of Strickfield University himself, her parents disowned her. Now, I do know the thing about the dean is true, but the thing with her parents might just be rumors. Still, not a single girl ever came back to find me. Why would they? They can't prove that I was in the video. I am very careful to keep my face out of them. All they see is my body, all of her face and body, and all the compromising positions that we did. What are they going to do? Take me to court and sue me? Let them try. What people fail to understand is that I'm Calvin Mirren. That's right, I belong to the rich and powerful Mirren family. We've got so much money that we actually own a whole section of Strickfield Commons, a housing community made up of mostly rich people on the east side of Strickfield. We even have our own section walled off to separate ourselves from everybody else. It's been said that we're the top 1% of the top 1%. That's the kind of money I'm talking about. Just being a Mirren means that I can get away with pretty much whatever I want. But okay, I'm getting too much into myself here, which isn't really a bad thing. Kitty and I finish our morning sex. I roll off her and onto my back. Then Kitty turns over and gets on top of me. "Happy Halloween," she cheers. Then she kisses me. I go ahead and kiss her some more. No, I can't let this girl become a part of my life, but she's so fucking hot. Okay, maybe I can keep her around a little while longer. I have made a few exceptions like this in the past. "You're in a pretty good mood today," I say. She pecks my lips. "Well, we just had fucking incredible sex, and it's Halloween! I love Halloween! That means trick-or-treating and all kinds of other fun things like parties, ooh, and costumes." I roll my eyes. "Oh, come on. You're telling me you go trick-or-treating?" She groans. "Don't you dare roll your eyes at me, Calvin. Strickfield has their yearly tradition of trick-or-treating. It's not just for kids here. Anybody can do it. No questions asked, no judgments." She's telling the truth. Many years ago, Strickfield got to be this big Halloween town, in addition to being a big college town. Normally, in most other parts of the country, trick-or-treating is basically limited to just kids. But in Strickfield, it doesn't matter how old you are. Anybody's welcome to do it. People of all ages drive in from other towns just to trick-or-treat right here. Just don't ever think about coming to our part of town to do it. The gates of our part of Strickfield Commons are never open, unless we want them open. "Okay, you're going trick-or-treating," I reply. "Well, not just me," Kitty reveals. "I've got my 2 roommates coming too, Jamie and Lena. We're gonna go trick-or-treating and then to a Halloween party afterwards." "Sounds like fun," I say, just to make conversation. Then, Kitty's face brightens up. "Oh my God, you should totally come with us tonight. Come on, it'll be fun." I raise my hand a little and shake my head. "No, I don't think so. I'm not much into Halloween." Kitty moves and sits on me. I have to admit, I love Kitty's naked body from this angle. Then she caresses her tits just a little. "I know my girls would just love to meet you. They're going to ask why I never came home last night. Come on, baby. They're both hot like me. It'll be so much fun." Fine. Kitty's just guaranteed another night with me tonight. To be honest, I won't mind taking this fully stacked babe to bed again. Kitty squeals with delight and finally gets off me. I actually let her take a shower here, which I usually never let girls I don't want to see again do. I get in the shower with her and we make out some more. When we finish, we both get dressed, then we make arrangements on where to meet. Then we go our separate ways. For the time being. That night, I'm waiting for Kitty at Wilder Hall. I'm wearing my costume, which is a pirate. I just finish with an energy drink and toss the can away when I see Kitty coming in through the doors on the other side. She has 2 other girls with her. Kitty points to me, and then the 3 of them come to see me. "Glad you decided to come," Kitty says excitedly. Of course she would be dressed up as a sexy kitty cat, a full form-fitting bodysuit that tells me she's still not wearing underwear and shows a lot of her ample cleavage, a long tail, stiletto boots, and cat ears on her head. Seeing all 3 of these babes in my sight at once, imagine if I could get all 3 of them together in my loft. I'll bet one of the sites would pay big money for a video of me and the 3 of them. Kitty motions to the girl on her right. "This is Jamie." She's dressed up like a sexy nurse, seemingly plastic uniform that shapes to her voluptuous body nicely. White knee-high boots, a pink wig, and more cleavage. Then Kitty motions to her left. "And this is Lena. She's dressed up like a sexy version of Little Red Riding Hood, revealing outfit with more cleavage, face nicely made up, red pantyhose with garter belts, red shoes, and red hair. Dyed, maybe. Kitty and Jamie have those plastic pumpkin baskets. Lena has a small picnic basket that matches her costume. All I brought was a pillowcase. "Ready to go, babe?" Kitty asks. "Oh, I'm definitely ready," I assured her. The four of us leave Wilder Hall and go trick-or-treating. We go up and down one block, and then several others. These girls want to get as much candy as they possibly can. We all end up getting some good hauls. Along the way, I learned some things about Jamie and Lena. Turns out Jamie's into having a good time more than anything. "I'm definitely looking to hook up at our little party tonight," she says in her sexy voice. "I'm always looking to play the nurse and let a good doctor take my temperature." Then she winks at me. Now I feel Lena move up right next to me. "Oh, but Jamie, why should he limit himself to your bubble butt when he could have these?" Lena makes sure nobody's around before she pulls down her top and shows me what she's packing in her upper basket. She covers them back up shortly after. "You total slut!" Jamie cries and unzips her top a little to show me her perfect tits. Then she covers them back up. "I'm more put together than you are anyways." Kitty groans. "Come on, you two. The cops are out here patrolling tonight. We don't need to be getting arrested before we can go to our party." "Oh, shit. You're right," Lena agrees. Then she wraps her arm around mine. "You are coming to our party when we're done trick-or-treating, right?" Well, some deliberate wishy-washiness. Remember, you have to make it about the girls if you want to get laid. Jamie wraps up my other arm. Of course he is, especially since I'm going to be the one fucking him tonight. But Kitty has something to say about that. "Bitches, if anybody in our little motley trio here is taking him to bed, again, it's going to be yours truly, so back the fuck off." Now I get to hear these three fight and argue about who's going to be the lucky one. Yeah, I definitely want all three of them. I just have to work my charms on them, but I'm sure I can easily pull this off. Besides, 3 girls at once isn't necessarily a bad thing, right? I'm already imagining the kind of money I'll get for this foursome video. It's time to make this about them, if I want to make this about me. So, what do you lovely ladies do? I mean, I know you're students. Kitty told me you all were. What are you all majoring in? Turns out they're all former med students who came to Strickfield University on scholarships because of the excellent medical program there. Now they've moved on to bigger and better things, applying what they've learned. I've definitely slept with plenty of med students. I even took a class in medical terminology just to be able to keep up with their conversations. They each tell me about the medical fields they're in. None of them say anything about being nurses, but the only one who says she's a surgeon is Kitty. At Strickfield, I clocked in some decent class hours just doing surgeries. "What have you operated on recently?" I asked Kitty. "I actually had to do kidney removals a couple of days ago," she says. "The patient I was working on had non-functioning kidneys. I had to remove them both. The patient is on machines now, waiting for new donor kidneys. Once they come, I'll be putting them in." My eyes widened a little. "Is doing surgery scary?" Kitty shrugs. "A little. But then it's always scary when you're doing different surgeries for the first time. I mean, you're always afraid you're going to fuck something up. At least when I was at Strickfield University, Dr. Pratt was there to supervise me for every surgery I performed." Jamie giggles. "Probably letting him take her temperature afterwards." "Oh, fuck you," Kitty groans. "It was never like that. It was strictly a mentor-student relationship between us." So we keep talking it up until it's 11 o'clock and trick-or-treating is officially over. "Now it's time to get to the Halloween party," Jamie cheers. "Where are we going again?" Lena asks. "To Shaker's, where else?" Kitty answers. "Remember, we're having a private party there. In fact, we're not far from Shaker's now." Kitty's right, Shaker's is only a block walk away from here. As soon as we get there, there's just one van in the parking lot. Usually this place is hopping on every holiday, or any reason to celebrate something. I remember picking up chicks from here every Halloween, and it's always packed. When we get to the door, there's a sign that says, "Closed for a private event." As soon as we get to the door, it opens and the owner comes out. The owner and Kitty exchange some pleasantries. Then the owner hands her the keys and tells her to make sure to clean up and lock up before leaving. Kitty promises she'll bring the keys by first thing. The four of us go inside. Kitty locks the door behind us. Then we put their hauls of candy down on a table. I turn to face them. "Wait a minute. There isn't anybody else coming?" "Nope," Kitty chirps. "It's just the four of us." Lena moves to the jukebox. "Whoa, there's nothing but Halloween songs in here." "Go ahead and play whatever you want. No quarters needed," Kitty tells her. "This place is paid for and is all ours for the night, including the jukebox, pool tables, video games, and all the food and alcohol we want." As soon as Lena gets some Halloween tunes going, Jamie steps behind the bar. "What do you all want?" "You're a bartender?" I ask her. "Not here, but it's great spending cash when I'm working," she says. We give Jamie our drink orders, which she makes up quite professionally. So now we're dancing to Halloween music and drinking and having an awesome time. After a while, we're all starting to feel a little drunk. Lena starts laughing and climbs up onto the bar when a Halloween song with a really fast beat starts playing. She's dancing it up as she's taking more sips of her drink. Jamie looks up at her and grins. Then she and Kitty both start squealing loudly when Lena exposes her tits. Kitty hops up onto the bar with her and dances, exposing her ample assets too. I feel Jamie's hand on my forearm. I look to her and see she's got her tits out also. "How about another drink, honey?" I quickly down the rest of my glass and hand it to her. "Top me off, pretty lady." Jamie gives me a very sexy smile and turns around to make my drink. I keep my eyes on the show above me. Then my eyes grow wide as Kitty and Lena come together and lock lips. They kiss hungrily for a little bit before Jamie returns with my drink. Then Jamie also gets on top of the bar and starts dancing. All three of them take turns kissing each other in front of me as I take sips of my refill. "Man, what I am going to have tonight," I say to myself. I down my drink and keep watching the show. After a little bit, I start to wonder if maybe I should have slowed down on my drinks. I try to keep my composure and keep watching the show. It's when I see Lena wrapping her arms around Kitty from behind that I'm really starting to lose my grip on things more. If I didn't know any better, I'd swear I was feeling really tired. It's becoming harder and harder to focus on these three sex kittens. Then I can't help myself. I just lower my head on the bar and feel myself fade away. As I'm starting to wake up, I'm feeling really cold. I have to force myself to wake up completely. I have to see where those three lovelies are. But they're not here. "What the fuck?" I groan. I see that I'm in a bathroom that looks like it's in some cheap motel somewhere. Then I look down to see the tub is completely filled with ice. "What the fuck?" I yell. I'm ready to pull myself out, but then I see a little table next to the tub. My smartphone's on it and has a message taped to it. "Do not leave the tub. Call 911 for an ambulance now." I don't fuck around and quickly call 911. I tell the operator what's going on, and I don't know where I am. She's able to trace the call and says she's sending an ambulance now. When I finish the call, I just sit here and wait. It's only a matter of minutes before I hear the door to the motel room opening up. Then 2 paramedics come in. They both gasp in surprise when they see my situation. They quickly come to me and look me over. Then one of them points behind me. "Look at this!" The other paramedic comes over and sees what his partner sees. "What?" I demanded. "What is it?" Then they both look me in the face. "We need to get you to the hospital. Stat," one of them says. "We'll go get a stretcher and come right back." So now, I'm stuck here at Strickfield General Hospital. I just can't believe this shit. I'm stuck here in this fucking hospital bed with all this shit hooked up to me. The paramedics brought me here. The doctor looked at my back and quickly examined me, told me that I had fresh stitches in my lower back that looked professionally done. After an x-ray, I practically shit myself when the doctor told me... My fucking kidneys are gone. Yeah, that's right. I'm fucking stuck here until I can get at least one new kidney, which I'm told could take quite a long time since I'm on a fucking waiting list and they have to wait for a kidney donor match for me. I keep telling these fuckers, I'm Calvin Mirren. I don't belong on a fucking waiting list. A lot of good my name does me now. Just then, the nurse brings me what looks like a tablet and says it was sent here with specific instructions to give it to me. I snatch the tablet from her and glare at her for a minute before she leaves. I turn on the tablet and see only a few apps. I tap the one that says, "Play me first," and immediately recognize one of the porn videos I made. I see the familiar face and now know who Kitty is. She was definitely Catherine Pierce. Not long after her video posted, she got in some serious shit with the dean at Strickfield University and ended up being expelled. I tap the app that says, "Play me second," and see a second porn video that I made. And then I recognize Jamie, or rather, Belinda James. She ended up in the same boat as Catherine, went before the dean, ended up getting expelled, became disgraced. Parents threw her out. Not my problem. The Play Me Third app just brought up a PDF of a term paper. I saw the big red words, "Copied from another student," written all over the paper, and discovered that Lena was really Raylene Jones. The night Jacob and Genevieve were both murdered, I went back to her dorm and spent the night with her. We were both in the same world history class and had a term paper due. I stole her term paper, retyped it in my own words, and submitted it as my own. When she reprinted and submitted her paper, the professor later sent it to the dean. Raylene pled her case, but she got expelled anyway. I tap "Play Me Fourth" and get a video of the three of them. No Halloween costumes. Catherine had grown her hair longer than I remembered and dyed it black. I remember Catherine was a blonde. Raylene and Belinda had been wearing wigs. They both have shorter brown hair. Catherine speaks up first. "Surprise, asshole! Now you know what this is about. You took from us, disgraced us. So we took from you." Belinda speaks up next. "You have all the money in the world, yet you just kept right on taking. It wasn't enough for you to exploit us for your sexual gain. You had to keep exploiting us for even more. Well, like Catherine said, now we exploited you. Do you have any idea how much a pair of perfectly good kidneys like yours sell for on the black market?" Raylene speaks now. "Must have been nice to have slept with me and then get away with stealing my term paper and submitting it as your own, all while pinning what you did on me. You took from us and didn't give a shit, but guess what? You're going to be stuck in that hospital bed for probably a very long time, and then there's going to be another place you're going to be stuck in for a very long time, if you ever get another kidney. Tap the last app, and you'll see." I tap the Finish Me app and see a video of the police going through my loft and finding all the cameras. Another angle shows them finding my hard drives and servers with all my homemade porn videos. Then I hear Catherine in the background. "Maybe you'll rot in prison, and maybe you won't, but we took our revenge against you. Oh, and don't bother trying to look for us. We're somewhere you'll never find us. We're applying our medical experience on the black market now, so we'll just keep looking for more rich pieces of shit like you and harvesting whatever's needed. So, this Halloween, you got the trick, and we got the treats. Thanks for your pillow sack of candy, by the way. Also, that patient I was telling you about will benefit greatly from your kidneys. In fact, I'm putting them in right now as you're watching these apps. Have a nice life. Whatever's left of it." The video ends, and then the apps all disappear. The next thing I know, 2 detectives from the Strickfield Police Department are here to see me. And I'm sure they're not here to ask me if I'm all right. Photosensitive by Joe Salmo. Lacey set the cardboard box down at the door's threshold and took a minute. This was the last box, and she was finally moved in to her new home. It really was a long time coming. She had saved up for years to afford a house of her own. No more apartments with noisy neighbors. She was on her own, out here in the country. It really was a steal. Nowhere could she find a 3-bedroom house for this cheap. She had been looking for a while. The best part would be the commute. She was now only 5 minutes from work, as manager of the tabletop game store, Dragon's Den. She had been there since high school, working her way up to her position. "Get a move on, bitch," came a voice from behind Lacey as her sister Simone bumped into her. "Are you trying out your future as a door?" "I'm just taking in the moment. This is kind of a big deal," Lacey said, and moved into the house. Her sister was always the impatient one, but, as far as older sisters go, she wasn't half bad. There really wasn't much of a rivalry growing up together. When Simone and her friends got into witchcraft, they would let her sit in the corner and watch them. She had no idea what they were doing back then. The age difference was too much. An 8-year-old can barely understand what the high school seniors were doing, but it seemed exciting to Lacey. They entered the kitchen, and Lacey put the kettle on the stove. The cold late October morning chilled the bones. The furnace guy was coming later today to clean it and make sure it was good, and she didn't want to turn it on until he said it was okay. "So, which bedroom will be mine when I leave Dan?" Simone asked, pushing her auburn hair out of her face. "You can have the basement. Seems more your style," Lacey joked. "You have all the luck, little sis, you know that, right? Single, owning your own house. I envy you." "Ha! I'll be lucky if I can afford groceries after the mortgage." "You don't seem to have that problem, though," Lacey joked, poking her sister in her belly. "I miss this." "Living in North Carolina kinda sucks, to be honest," Simone finished. "Well, at least I got 3 more days to hang here with you in New York. I fly back on November 1st. "Don't blame me. You're the idiot that decided to chase your dreams," Lacey said as the tea kettle began to whistle. They spent the rest of the day putting Lacey's belongings away and making the house feel more like a home. She was getting worried about the furnace. The guy they sent over had been down there a long time. He had startled her when he showed up. One minute she was in the kitchen putting away the dishes that didn't get broke from Simone's lousy packing. The next, he was standing in the doorway. Neither sister heard him enter the house. When she saw him there leaning against the kitchen doorway, it made her jump. She hadn't heard a noise from the basement in a while and went downstairs to check on him since Simone decided to take a nap on the couch. She always could fall asleep, anywhere. It was like turning off a switch. Lacey used to tease her and call her a robot. She descended the wooden basement stairs slowly. She always hated basements. She didn't like the dark, open space. She knew the fear was irrational. In her imagination, once a space was empty and dark, that's when spooky things could fill the space. She decided in that moment that she would just leave the basement lights on from now on. That would give her peace of mind, at least. "Almost done. The furnace looks good. Even for sitting as long as it did, I put a heavy-duty air filter in there because of the dirt," the furnace guy said, pointing next to the loose dirt near the washer and dryer. His name tag on his blue work shirt said Brad. "Thank you. I wonder why they never finished the basement," she replied. Brad kind of gave her a weird look, like the answer should be obvious. "It's going to be $90 for the service. I just need to pack up my tools. Cash or check works. I don't have a way to take a credit card," he said as the furnace kicked on for the first time since she moved in. She couldn't wait for the warmth. She shivered from the cold. She headed upstairs to get the man his money. She had enough cash to cover it. Simone was snoring, so Lacey took a few seconds to record it on her cell phone, to blackmail her later, like sisters would do. She giggled with glee at the thought. A moment later, Brad entered the kitchen where she was taking the cash from her purse. She handed over the cash to him. She noticed he wore a gold ring. Too bad he was taken. He was a little older, but he was good looking. "Thanks. I ran out of receipts. I'll have the office send one over in the mail if that's okay with you," Brad asked with a smile. Yeah, that's fine. Thanks for coming on short notice. The office said they weren't sure if they could send someone that quick. I'll definitely be calling you guys for all my furnace stuff. Let me walk you out, Lacey said. Sure thing, Brad said, and turned towards the front door of the house. His tool belt hit Simone's teacup, which fell to the floor and shattered. Oh, damn. I'm so sorry. I can be a klutz sometimes, he said apologetically. Let me pick this up. No, it's okay. I'll get it, Lacey said, grabbing some paper towels for the spilled tea. She got down on her knees and began to clean it up. Okay then, I'll just show myself out, Brad said and left the kitchen. Simone entered the kitchen a second later. Hey, what happened? She asked. You left your mug on the edge of the table and Brad knocked it over on his way out, Lacey said, picking up the broken pieces in her hand. Who's Brad? Do you have a secret boyfriend you haven't told me about? Simone joked and helped her pick up the pieces of the mug. You must have seen him. He was just there. He fixed the furnace, Lacey explained. I just woke up. Must have just missed him, Simone said. Was he cute? He had his charm. Now that we have heat, let's get a pizza and watch some cheesy horror movies. I think I'm done for the day, Lacey said. Fine with me, Simone replied. Later that night, Lacey washed up for bed. It was fun having her sister around. After living alone for so long, it was good to have someone to talk to. She didn't really realize how lonely she actually was. Simone had passed out halfway through Chopping Mall. Lacey left her on the couch, even though they had set up one of the spare bedrooms for her. She crawled into bed and checked her phone. No new messages. She really was lonely. She decided she would try to be a little more outgoing and make an effort to meet someone. It didn't have to be romantic, just someone to watch movies with or something. She placed her phone on the nightstand and closed her eyes. The next morning, Lacey woke with a start. She had had a nightmare. She couldn't remember it, just the uneasy feeling it gave her. A sleazy, greasy feeling. She got out of bed and looked for her phone. She shook out the blankets, and it fell to the floor. She looked at the nightstand for a moment, and then shrugged. She had been pretty tired last night. She heard Simone downstairs in the kitchen, and smelled bacon cooking. Her stomach rumbled in agreement with the delicious odor. She went downstairs and sat at the table. The kettle was already on. She checked her messages again. Still nothing. Simone looked at her with a cocked head. Someone special getting a hold of you? She asked. No messages, she said with a sigh and put her phone on the table. I'm sorry Brad hasn't sexted you, Simone said and set a plate of food down in front of her little sister. It reminded her when they both lived at home and she had to babysit. Wait until I go back to North Carolina before having him spend the night. I need my beauty sleep. I don't need you two keeping me up all night, Simone joked. Me keeping you up? That's rich. Do you know how loud you snore? Lacey said and reached for her phone. I certainly do not snore, Simone said loudly. Dan would have told me when we moved in together. I have proof, Lacey said, and opened the photos on her phone. Her face went pale, and she dropped her phone onto her plate of eggs and bacon. Lacey? What is it? Simone said. That wasn't very funny, Lacey said, cleaning off her phone. Simone gave her a confused look. Taking those pictures last night, Lacey finished. I don't know what you're talking about. Let me see, Simone said and grabbed her phone from her. There were a half-dozen pictures of Lacey sleeping in the same pajamas she was wearing now. Except the last one. The last one, Lacey's top was pulled up, exposing her breasts. These are from last night? Simone asked. Yeah, that's the new room around me. When did you take them? Lacey asked. She looked at her plate, but she had lost her appetite. I swear, it wasn't me. The last thing I remember is falling asleep during the movie and waking up like a half hour before you. I didn't do this, I swear, Simone said. You better not be fucking with me, Lacey said and got up. They both went to the bedroom and looked everything over. The windows were still locked. Lacey explained to her sister how she thought she left her phone on the nightstand, and when she woke, it was on the bed. Both of them agreed that it was really creepy. They got dressed and went to the hardware store to get new locks for all the doors. As the day grew long, Lacey dreaded going to sleep in that room. The more she thought about it, the closer to a panic attack she got. Around 8, she came up with the idea of her sister sleeping in there with her. Before they went to bed, they checked every window and door in the house to make sure they were locked. Satisfied everything was secure, they went upstairs. I don't know what's going to keep me up more, the thought of those pictures or your snoring, Lacey joked as she put her phone in the drawer on the nightstand. I don't snore, Simone refuted. Lacey's eyes cracked open. It was light out. She rubbed her eyes and looked at Simone sleeping next to her. She didn't realize what a comfort her sister had been. She rolled over towards the door, thinking about going back to sleep. Startled, she sat up straight in bed. Her cell phone was on top of the nightstand. She reached for it with one hand while the other instinctively itched her side. She lifted her shirt and looked at the spot that itched. There were scratch marks across her side. Did she just do that? Her eyes darted to her cell phone. She quickly opened it and looked. Simone, she said, and without taking her eyes off the phone, slapped her sister in the face. Get up. The panic in her voice snapped Simone out of her sound sleep. What is it? Her older sister asked. It happened again, Lacey said, and dropped her phone into her sister's lap. It couldn't have. I was here all night, Simone said with disbelief. She began to scroll through the pictures, her eyes widening with each one. The first 2 pictures were just like the night before. After that, they got more perverse. Again, a topless photo of her, a wide shot. Simone was in the photo as well, but asleep and undisturbed. The second topless photo showed the scratch on her side. They were from the middle of the night, 4 gouges across her belly off on the side. The next photo showed a close-up on her face. A hand from the photographer could be seen, holding her head to the side. The back of the hand was obscured by a blue blur that continued out of frame. What's this? Simone asked. That's a shirt, I think. Like a work... Oh shit! Oh shit! Lacey said and started to hyperventilate. I know who it is. It's Brad, she cried. Okay, let's call the cops and nail this fucker, Simone said and dialed 911 from Lacey's phone. They got up out of bed to meet the police at the door. She explained everything to the officer that came to take her statement. His name was Officer John O'Neill, and he was a new transfer and therefore sent on things like this. He said once he reports back, they would make this case a priority. He paid attention to Lacey as she told him every detail she could remember. He genuinely seemed like he cared, and that made her feel better. He left with a promise to get back to her later that day with whatever he could find. Maybe I can stay a few more days until we get some answers, Simone said as they hung the last of the Halloween decorations. This used to be their favorite holiday. Now neither of them could stop thinking about those photos. You don't have to. I'm sure Dan is waiting for you to get home, Lacey said, but the tone in her voice revealed she felt the opposite way. It's no problem. He'll just have to cook for himself a little longer, she said. Probably just order out every meal, to be honest. If it's no bother, I would appreciate it, Lacey said. Hey, do you still do that witch thing like you used to do back in high school? No, I haven't talked to those girls in years. They were really into it. I just was there to be the third witch, I think. They probably watched too much Charmed, although I would turn lesbo for Alyssa Milano. Sorry, Dan, Lacey's older sister said with a smile. They sat in silence for a moment. Wait, were you thinking of doing some protection magic or something? I don't know. The cops are on it, but I would feel safer, Lacey said, and grabbed a Reese's peanut butter cup from the candy dish next to the front door. I don't think we knew what we were doing. We were just being edgy and different. Nothing ever happened with that stuff, Simone explained and grabbed a Reese's too. I can look them up on Facebook and see what they say if you want. Lacey nodded her head and went into the living room. She plopped down on the couch and wondered when Officer John was going to call her. In a few hours it was going to be dark, and she wanted some progress. Maybe him calling to tell her that Brad was rotting in jail and would never bother her again, that would be ideal. Her dream house has been turning into a nightmare. What had she done to deserve this? Snap out of it, sis. It's 10 minutes to go time, Simone said, pointing at the clock. Trick-or-treating was about to start. It was supposed to be a good feeling, the first time she could give out candy from her own home. But she felt emotionless inside, distant. The last 2 days had taken the fun out of everything. A quick phone check showed that no one had called her. No news was good news. That was the saying, right? 10 minutes passed, then 20. She could hear kids in the street, but none rang her doorbell. She began to eat the candy. She was a little disappointed, to be honest. Seeing all the happy children would be a good distraction. You want to watch something? She asked her sister. Sure, what did you have in mind? By the way, Rachel got back to me. She told me what to do to protect the house and keep danger out. I might have to run out to the store really quick. Do you mind being here alone while I go? Simone asked. Well, I guess as long as I'm awake, I seem to be safe, she joked. The doorbell rang and they both looked at it. Well? Answer it, Simone said with a shooing motion. Lacey jumped up and ran to the door, excited to get her first trick-or-treater. She pulled the door open and presented the bowl of candy. She did so a little too eagerly, and 2 Twix went overboard towards Officer John on the front step. He caught them instinctively and held them up. If I catch them, can I keep them? He asked playfully. And who are you supposed to be, little boy? Lacey joked with him. They both smiled. Simone pointed from Lacey to the officer and made a whistle noise out of sight of him. Lacey rolled her eyes at her sister. She was always playing matchmaker. Officer, can you stay with my sister for a few minutes while I run to the store? She would really appreciate it, Simone said, and winked at her sister. Sure, he said and turned to Lacey. You can call me John. I'm off duty. Just wanted to give her some information that I discovered today. Well, by all means, give it to her, Simone said and slipped out the door. I took your car keys. Be back in like an hour or so, she said as she ran down the driveway. Come in. Would you like anything? Oh, this Twix was plenty. I couldn't ask for anything more, he said as they entered the living room. Listen, what I need to tell you is, kind of scary. We better sit down. They both sat on the couch, and Lacey turned off the cheesy movie she was watching, Rubber. She just wasn't in the mood for a story about a killer car tire. So, I did some research because the guys at the station didn't seem very helpful. I'm still new enough for them to prank me. Anyway, this is what I found. The furnace company does not have an employee named Brad. What? I saw him, Lacey said. There's more. Not only that, but it seems your house has a interesting history. Did the real estate lady tell you about the murders? He asked. Never mind. By the look on your face, I can see she didn't. It's not actually illegal not to tell you. I looked into that as well. At least not in this state. Although it is shitty, in my opinion, he continued. What happened here? I'm not sure I want to know, actually, Lacey said, looking around the room, as if for the first time. I think you should. There was a serial killer that lived here about 15 years ago. He used to bring women here and torture them before strangling them and breaking their necks post-mortem. There was a police report from a woman who said she escaped this house and told the police about him, but nothing was done. The man's name was Brad. Retired police chief Brad Crawford. He opened an HVAC company after retirement. We think that's how he found his victims. Anyway, they both went missing right after that, and they discovered a map and photos in his bedroom. All the photos were in their beds, alive. Then the rest were taken here, in your room, after he'd broken their necks. Several had scratches on them when they'd struggled. The map led to the forest out on Route 9, where they found the bodies. All but one woman in the photos were accounted for. The one they couldn't find was the woman who filed the report. It was all kind of swept under the rug because the small community didn't want all the attention. He had fled. The HVAC company went to his nephew and they doctored a death certificate to close the case. That last part I learned from the court records janitor, who was around back then. When I told them of your case, they thought it was a joke someone was playing on me and ignored it, John explained. A tear rolled down Lacey's cheek. John reached and held her hand. I swear, I don't think this is a joke. I won't let this happen, even if the assholes at the station will, he said, and squeezed. Lacey laid her head against his shoulder and began to cry. A little while later, Simone returned and prepped the house, as her friend had instructed. After that was done, all three of them settled in to watch a few movies and put a dent in the candy that no trick-or-treater had come for. It didn't take long for all the stress to overtake Lacey, and she fell asleep on John's shoulder. Simone made herself scarce and went into the den where she kept all the supplies that Rachel had told her to get. Sometime around midnight, Lacey woke. She felt the warmth of John next to her and started to settle into him. But goosebumps spread across her skin like the wind on a lake's surface. She opened her eyes and saw Brad standing in front of her. She tried to speak, but was frozen in fear. He held her cell phone in his hand and took a picture of her, a wicked smile on his face. He leaned in close to her and placed his icy fingers on her neck gently, tracing the lines of her veins. She shivered from the touch, which was enough to wake John. "What the fuck?" John yelled out and reached for his gun. Brad turned and sneered at him. The change of attention broke Lacey from her fear, and she jumped over the back of the couch and away from Brad. She called out to Simone. John stood with a pistol drawn and pointed it at Brad. "Back off, asshole. It's over," John said. He called out to Lacey over his shoulder. "Are you okay?" "Yeah, John," she said, and called out for Simone again, who came running from the other room. She stopped dead at the sight in front of her. Brad leaned in close to John, his chest mere inches from the gun pointed at it. John swallowed hard. "Not another step, or I swear to God, I'll fire," he said. "You guys, get out of here," he called over his shoulder. "Call the state boys in." Brad stepped closer, and John fired as promised. The bullet passed through Brad as if he were made of air. He gripped John's neck in his large hands and twisted. Lacey screamed as she watched John's body drop to the ground after the sickening snap. She grabbed Simone's hand and pulled her towards the hallway. That was when she noticed Simone's other hand held a backpack. They ran into the kitchen since Brad was between them and the front door. In their panic, they fled to a dead end. The only other door in the room led to the basement. They heard a furious scream from deeper in the house, and as quietly as they could, went into the basement. The lights were already on thanks to some pre-planning anxiety from Lacey. They ran over to the washer and dryer set up by the unfinished dirt floor. They wiggled behind the dryer as best they could. There wasn't really enough room for both of them. Lacey had to balance herself by placing her hand in the dirt. They heard the basement door open, and they both jumped a little bit. The footsteps sent chills down their spine. Why didn't John's bullet stop him? The footsteps stopped, and that was even worse. They didn't know where he was. The washer began to shake. She knew they had been made, but she didn't know what else to do. Simone, on the other hand, was digging in the backpack she had, looking for something. She glanced up at her sister. "Stole him," she whispered. Lacey grabbed a handful of dirt and stood up. Brad was on the other side of the washer. He gave her a predatory look. She tried not to panic as she faced her stalker. "You want me?" Lacey said. "You can't have me," she called out and threw the dirt in his face for a distraction. There was a flash of something in the dirt as it flew. Something shiny. Brad took a step back as if the dirt had hurt him, and she started to gain some hope that she wouldn't die tonight. "Hate that, do ya?" she said, and reached down for more dirt, but her hand found something more unexpected, something stuck in the dirt. She glanced down to see what it was, and was shocked at what she saw. It was a hand sticking out of the dirt. Her eyes went back to the shiny object on the floor. It was a ring, just like the one Brad was wearing. "Simone, look at the dirt!" she called out, and grabbed some more earth to throw at Brad, who had recovered from the first toss. Gross, Simone called out as she pinged the hand's fingers with hers. I think it's him. It's why he disappeared. The woman who reported him came back and got revenge. Does that make him a ghost? You know about that kind of shit, right? Lacey asked. I don't know. Maybe? Hold on, let me ask Rachel, Simone called out as Lacey pelted Brad with the dirt from his grave. We don't have time for a fucking online chat. What do we have to do? Lacey called out, irritated. Rachel says we need to consecrate the grave, Simone answered after a moment of frantic typing. Oh, okay, that sounds easy enough. How the hell do we do that? I'm on it, Simone said, and began to pull stuff from the backpack. Lacey could hear her bad pronunciation of Latin as she kept Brad at bay with the shower of his own grave dirt. She had a rhythm going. Bend and grab, toss, wait 2 seconds, bend and toss. It kept him from getting any closer, and the contact with the dirt seemed to hurt him. It was like figuring out a boss strategy in a tabletop or video game, which she had years of experience with. A few seconds later, the Latin stopped. Lacey gave a quick glance over her shoulder. Her sister shrugged at her. That should be it, Simone said. Suddenly, a rumble shook the basement as the dirt swirled around Brad. An eerie red light shone from under the dirt and rocks on the floor. Black hands reached up and grabbed Brad's legs. He looked down in horror and clawed at the hands gripping him, trying to break free. Lacey stepped back against the wall of the basement to get as far away as she could. More and more hands reached up, and a demonic cackling could be heard from the swirling dirt. In a quick second, Brad was pulled straight down into the earth, and everything returned to normal. A second passed as the sisters caught their breath. Holy shit, Simone said. Holy shit, Lacey repeated. Guess he's done for? Dragged straight to hell? One would imagine, Simone said, with a wild-eyed look. Lacey stood tall, in her new house, which was now her home. Good.
There's a chill in the air. Must be fall. Join me for a tale of Halloween. You will experience tales of horror, ghosts, and death. It is not recommended for the weak at heart. Listen in the dark. It's more fun that way. This is Weekly Spooky.
Hello, my friends. I am your host and narrator, Henrik Kuto, and thank you for joining me for another scary story, especially because it is spooky season. It is October, and we've got a real creepy one for you tonight. A story about love and loss and redemption, and also, well, you know, the pitfalls of becoming a meme. So before we get to this story, though, I do want to say thank you so much. We have had a huge spike of listeners this October, and I'm glad that you guys are here. So if you're listening to this for the first time, second time, third time, whatever, make sure you subscribe on your podcast app of your choice and listen to us every single week. We're going to have one more Halloween-themed episode this month, but then we will be having our big, fat Halloween special, which will debut at midnight on Halloween. So hope you guys enjoy it. It'll be half fun, half spooky, all the kind of thing you really need this Halloween season. And speaking of things you need this Halloween season, please go check out weeklyspooky.com, where you can find more episodes. You can find links to check out t-shirts. We have a new book called Campfire Stories to Tell in the Dark, which is available right now in paperback, written by many of the great authors that contribute to the show. So check it out at weeklyspooky.com. You can also find information about our Patreon and all of that stuff, but I need to get that all out of the way. I'm feeling spooky. I've carved my jack-o'-lantern, and now, my friends, I want to share a creepy story with you, a story about a policeman, which granted is a little political right now, but a policeman who, for once in his life, decides maybe he should do the right thing. But his definition of the right thing is a little unusual. Hang out afterwards and I'll be chatting with you, but for now, let's get to the story. Bad Cop in a Small Town on Halloween Night by John Oak Dalton. Farron didn't know what a viral video was until his daughter showed him a recording of him sleeping in the patrol car in the parking lot of the school. Some asshole kid shot it on a cell phone and sent it to a friend who posted it on Twitter, and the rest went how it went. That was on a Wednesday morning, and by that night, there was a dance club mix with Farron's loud snores and a sample from Junie Morrison's song Susie Thundertussie. By Friday night, the memes were in full swing. There was a screen cap of Farron sleeping in the patrol car, and the text read, "When you've been racial profiling all day and the donut shop is out of coffee." And a lot worse than that. Monday night was the town council meeting, and if Farron didn't know anything about social media, he sure didn't think the town council did. But he was wrong. It was a 3-person board who met once a month at the library with a handful of old people and a few cranks in the audience. Ellen Soames was the board president and also the town librarian, which was a tough combination. Joe Linseed was a retired farmer who held court at the gas station out by the highway most mornings, but didn't do much here. Buster Winsome was the son of a retired teacher named Ann Winsome, and when she passed away, Buster filled the rest of her term, and then nobody could think of any reason to vote him off. Farron gave his usual monthly report about his speeding ticket quota and 1 or 2 domestic calls and 1 or 2 drunk driving stops, but he skipped over the fight at the high school because he didn't want to mention the high school. The town board seemed to be listening unusually closely, and afterwards, Ellen asked him to stay and talk. "We've got some changes that have been in the works for a long time," Ellen started. Farron didn't bother to ask what changes. He just stood there. Ellen started back up. "The county has agreed to drive through town a couple of times a day, and the high school has been wanting to hire their own resource officer anyway, so we will need you as a town marshal through Halloween on October 31st, but that's it." Now, Farron reacted. "That's this Friday." "It's been in the works for a long while, Farron. Can I at least get my insurance through December? That's for Abby." "It isn't going to work that way." Ellen looked at him with sorrow on her face, but Farron knew it was for herself. When her son got back from Afghanistan, it was Farron who talked him through what it was like to be a civilian. Farron had gone from high school to Desert Shield, and then had been town marshal ever since, so maybe he wasn't the best, but he was all Darren Soames had. It still didn't stop Darren from ending it all with a Tokarev pistol he shouldn't have been allowed to bring back from in-country. "We can let you resign," she said. "I'm gonna need the unemployment," Farron answered. "Nobody is going to know until the week after Thanksgiving. That's the next meeting." "It's okay. I don't got my daughter for Thanksgiving." Farron walked out. The next day, Farron was sitting in his patrol car by the flashing light on the main street. It was Highway 1, but through town it was called Hadley Street, although everyone called it Hadbin Street. Like there had been a grocery store there, that there had been a bank, and that empty field had been the school, before consolidation. People were speeding and doing rolling stops, but why did that matter now? He was talking to his daughter on his cell phone. "Has the teasing died down at school?" he asked. "It was never that bad. Mercedes dressed her dog up in an octopus costume and put it on TikTok like Wednesday or Thursday. People got into that." "Well, thank Mercedes for me." "Are you going to get in trouble, Dad?" What Abby was really asking was her father going to be able to pay for her college, which she agreed to do as part of the divorce decree 5 years ago, and was happy to make happen. He worked as a bouncer at a bar called the Red Triangle in Ohio on the weekends, which was outside his agreement as a law officer in Indiana, and was why he was asleep Monday morning at his 3rd job as resource officer at the high school. "If I get in trouble, I can get out of it," he answered. "I'll see you on Halloween. I'll have candy in the patrol car." "I'm a senior. I'm too old for trick-or-treating." "Well, walk down there anyways." "Okay." And they hung up. Farron turned on the radio in the patrol car and put it on the country station everybody listened to. His ex was the midday DJ, and had done a lunchtime request show for years that Farron still liked. Dolly was singing about how hard it was to be a diamond in a rhinestone world, but then she played a Willie song about the red-headed stranger and the yellow-haired lady, and his heart fell in his chest. Farron was a redhead, and his ex was a blonde, and they danced to this song at their wedding. So that's how Farron knew that the news had spread through the little town about his firing. His ex was playing the song because she was thinking of him. Farron didn't want to think about what it would be like to be an ex-cop. Everybody he'd pulled over and ticketed, when pretty women were let go after a smile and sometimes the promise of a drink or more. All the guys he knew had hit girlfriends or wives or kids or all three and might have accidentally bumped their face on the patrol car or found their paperwork lost for days when they got dropped off at county. All the dealers who were busted because they weren't his dealer. That was all worth thinking about, but having the pity of his ex-wife. That was the worst. And then his thoughts turned to Abby. He could pick up more bouncer shifts at the Red Triangle, but not too many more. And he could go back to doing security at the big outdoor venue where they had stock races in the fall and concerts in the summer, but it was an hour each way and the tweakers were bad. You could put them in chokeholds and kick them in the balls over and over and they just didn't seem to feel any pain or care. At least the Red Triangle had mostly drunks and stoners and only a biker once in a great while. And anymore, most of the bikers were cops and firemen running wild on the weekends, and they always got a pass on their behavior. He might be able to scratch together money, but he wouldn't have insurance, medical, or life, or anything. He had it until October 31st. And then there was nothing. And a little thought squatted in the corner. And he only looked at it out of the side of his eye. Until Halloween night. Then Farron sat in his cruiser at the flashing light at Hadley starting around 6 o'clock and gave out candy. He waited until Abby came by, and she had dressed up after all and dragged out a couple of girlfriends. And it was all meant to be ironic, but they were having fun. Farron ribbed them but told his daughter that he loved her, because of the thoughts that had been growing in his mind all week. She was wearing a mask, so he couldn't gauge her reaction. As soon as she was gone, he put the patrol car in gear and drove south out of town, and then a little further. 2 summers ago during the town bicentennial, they had closed the main road through town and had a carnival come in. But a night or two in, there was an immigration raid of some kind, and all the carnies were dragged off, or ran off. After a few days of complaints and nobody from the carnival coming back, Joe Linseed rode his tractor into town and dragged the rides off one at a time to a farm field the government was paying him to keep fallow. There, those old rides rotted away, along with some busted-up trailers and some other ragged odds and ends. It's where Farron pulled in and parked, and saw a little campfire in the dying light. He knew Joe Linseed's nephews or cousins' kids or some kin hung out here all the time, but Linseed was kind of his boss, so Farron did nothing, even though he had an idea what they were doing out there. Farron took a Remington 870 shotgun out of the trunk and started walking towards the campfire where several figures crouched or sat in broken-down patio furniture. Young guys, still shirtless in the fall chill. There was a chemical smell in the air. "Hello, Walls." The call from the gloom brought Farron up short. Only one person called him that, and it was his childhood friend and adult weed dealer, Ricky Webb. He knew his mother had named him after her favorite singer, Farron Young, and had loved his hit song, "Hello, Walls." Ricky was a nephew on Joe Linseed's wife's side, but never came out to this little encampment people up the road called Rusty Town. "You look damn serious, Walls. And all you hillbillies out here look damn jumpy." The energy shifted towards Junior, though who he was junior to, Farron couldn't remember. He was the lead dog in this younger group and went from juvie to county to state prison and only recently returned from the grand tour. The shining whites of his eyes stared out at Farron, and his neck tattoos looked like bruises in the blue light. "If you want some of that Leopold gold I done brought up from Tell City last week, come by my place tomorrow. You don't need to be out here," Ricky said. "Neither do you." I ain't never out here, but I got business tonight. I do too. So maybe you can slip out past that tilt-a-whirl and I'll come holler at you tomorrow for that grass. Somebody snickered. He said grass. Shut up, Garwood, Ricky said easily, his eyes trained on Farron. Farron gestured with the shotgun. I tell you what, leaving out Ricky, if there is 8 teeth between all of you, I won't take you whole passel of dickheads in for making and dealing meth. Junior, Garwood, and the others began to move, but Ricky put up a steadying hand. It dawned on Farron for the first time that Ricky, despite his easygoing demeanor, might have been the OG of this loose band of related feral criminals. It was just one more thing he had overlooked, not paid attention to, let slide. Walls, why don't you ease on out of this here job? Everybody knows this is your last night as town marshal. Let somebody else worry about this tomorrow, Ricky suggested. Junior blinked. Hell, if he ain't found until tomorrow, it ain't like killing a cop. Junior had a gun in his hand, and then Ricky did too. Farron just stood with the shotgun loose in his own hands. We don't need to think like that, cuz, said Ricky mildly. He knows, said another voice from the growing darkness. Junior nodded for emphasis. What else would he be doing out here on his last day? Ricky studied Farron. That's it, isn't it? It's your last day. God damn, Farron, don't let it go down this way. Think about Abby. You know I am thinking about Abby. It was the truest thing Farron had ever said. And get her name out of your mouth. Ricky blinked, and Farron swallowed. Then, tell your idiot half-brothers or second cousins or whatever this island of misfit toys is to stand over against that hall of mirrors with their hands behind their backs and make this easy. Ricky shook his head. Head on back to town, old hoss. I'm trying to talk these kids out of making a bad mistake. It's my mistake. I've been too easy on these young dirtbags because I took most of their mamas behind the football stadium at one time or another. Junior finally lifted his gun, a high point 9mm, just as Farron had hoped. Only Ricky lifted his own Bursa Thunder 380 and shot his cousin in the face. Garwood fired, and Ricky tipped back in his chair, and his legs kicked the air. Garwood turned and fired at Farron next, and Farron felt a hot bite take the bottom of his right ear off. Ricky was up and on his knees pointing his gun at Garwood when somebody stepped out of the shadow and fired at Ricky. A geyser shot out of Ricky's neck, but he still shot again, and Garwood's jaw disappeared in a cloud of red, and his teeth peppered the campfire. Garwood convulsed and fired, hitting another man in the shadows who started to scream. Farron stood and waited for the bullet. But the new gunman turned and ran for the trailer, flannel shirt flapping behind, and the last man broke and ran as well. Farron watched for a moment, then threw his shotgun on the ground. The Remington had been empty, but the Glock 19 in his holster wasn't, and it turned out he needed it. It was one thing to die in a hail of gunfire, and another to die in prison. So he walked up and shot the screaming man, then followed the other two towards the trailer. The one in the flannel banged the door open and ran in, but the other veered off. He figured he had the flannel guy boxed in, but had better catch up to the second guy. That guy ran hell-bent towards what was labeled the funhouse, a big sheet metal box that had been built on the back of a flatbed. The funhouse had some sort of zigzag gangplank held up with chains. And Farron watched for a moment as the guy, who he finally recognized as the recent high school dropout, Peyton Sanford, tried to navigate the wobbly platform in the dark. He stepped into the round O of a painted clown's mouth, and the brake must have been off on that tunnel, because the gears started moving and the opening rolled up like a hamster wheel. It would have been funny if Farron wasn't trying to die in the line of duty. Farron fired into the clown's mouth and missed, but the bullet spanged around and finally hit Sanford and knocked him flat. He tried to get up, but just flopped around in there until Farron drew a better bead and shot him again. And Sanford stopped moving. Farron turned away and saw some weird shapes dancing in front of him. He triggered his gun without thinking and heard shattering glass. He had shot right into the stupid half-assed hall of mirrors. When he saw his own image splintering 100 times, he kept going. Farron beat it for the trailer and quickly realized he'd made a mistake. When he stepped through the door, the chemical smell was strong. He saw a hole that had been knocked in the back wall with a blue tarp strung over it, and taped over onto another trailer parked right behind. So Farron bolted through the trailer and out the back, hoping for the bullet that would blow up the trailer behind him and everyone around the world beyond. But instead, he found the last gunman standing in an open field nearby, next to a beat-up 1980 Plymouth Volare Roadrunner. Farron knew the beater belonged to a kid everybody called Baby Gates, because once he got so drunk his friends gated him into a kitchen to sleep it off, and he couldn't figure out how to undo the latch, even when sober. Baby Gates had popped the trunk and had the gun pointed inside, which Farron immediately flashed on. Dogfighting. Even Baby Gates couldn't think he could get out of trouble by shooting up a trunk full of drugs. But Farron went ahead and killed him anyway, then walked over to see what Baby Gates could have possibly been thinking. Inside the trunk was a very thin and pale young woman, wearing clothes you would throw in a dumpster behind the Goodwill. The stench of human smells was strong, but the young woman was alive. Farron bent over and vomited in the grass. Then he felt better. It was the killing of the young men and the finding of a young woman so close to Abby's age. He had sometimes vomited after killing in Iraq and knew that was part of it. He reached a hand out to the cowering, feebly moving woman, but finally just reached down and lifted her out and set her on the ground. She was a flat 5 feet and didn't weigh $110 by Farron's eyes. "What's your name, miss?" The young woman just stood and shook, her teeth chattering. "Can you tell me your name, miss? You're all right now." The young woman slowly opened her mouth, and Farron saw a darkness within. It took Farron a minute to realize the woman had no tongue. Farron looked into her eyes. "Okay, we'll go back to my patrol car. I got a paper and pencil there so you can write your name down." The young woman shook her head. "You don't want to write your name down?" She shook her head, harder. The truth punched Farron between the eyes. "How long ago did you get taken?" The young woman lowered her hand until the flat of it hovered around her knee. Farron felt the bile rise in his throat when he thought about the enormity of what had happened to the young woman. "Okay, well, we still need to get back to the patrol car. Just keep your eyes on me when we walk that way and don't look at nothing else." The young woman nodded, and Farron led her away from the Roadrunner. But as he neared the campfire once more, he saw movement again. He raised a hand for the young woman to stay where she was, and Farron approached the fire, where his old friend Ricky was somehow still alive, holding a bloody hand to his neck. Farron stood over him. "You ain't calling this one in, are you, old hoss?" Ricky asked. "No." Farron could see Ricky's eyes slide sideways in a glimmer of firelight. "I'm glad she's still alive. If it means anything to you, I thought Baby Gates was talking shit, some stupid internet thing. I didn't think he could really go and get a girl from somewhere. I was here to make Junior let her go." "That does mean something. Where was she from?" "I don't know exactly, but they bought her in Indianapolis. But I know where she was going. They sold her to them people out at Comfort Farm." "Comfort Farm? Where they had those retreats? My ex went to a writers group out there. Them people went bankrupt 2 years ago. This is a different group. They're from Jersey." "Jersey? East Coast people, man." Farron thought on this for a moment, and when he looked down, Ricky was dead. The young woman was standing and looking. She didn't resist when Farron put her in the front seat of the car. He started the patrol car and turned and looked at her. "I'm going to take you into town and drop you off at the flashing light. There are good people there, and somebody will call the police and the county will respond." She grabbed his bicep and wouldn't let go. "I can't take you with me because I'm going out to the farm where they were going to take you, and I ain't planning on coming back." The young woman grabbed and clawed at him so hard that instead of making a big U-turn to town, he turned off the car and started walking back towards the Roadrunner with the young woman a ghost trailing behind. He took the keys out of Baby Gates' jeans pocket and threw his uniform shirt on the ground and put on Baby Gates' flannel, which only had some blood on it. He didn't say anything when she got into the passenger seat. Then Farron bumped over the farm field and onto the highway and straight into darkness. Comfort Farm was right at the very edge of the county and probably out of his jurisdiction if he was thinking hard about it. But what he was thinking was that he should have noticed somebody building a watchtower on the other side of the big cattle gates. Farron idled there and finally honked the horn, and damned if a big spotlight didn't shine out of the tower and point right at the Roadrunner. Farron and the woman sat, very still. After a long moment, he heard a deep-throated rumble, and here came a 1987 Chevy El Camino, black on top and silver on bottom, that he couldn't help but admire. Some long-haired guy with a leather vest over a bare chest came out with a MAC-10 in one hand and a gym bag in the other and stood on the other side of the cattle gates. Farron waited, knowing he had a flannel up top, but uniform pants and a gun belt below. The guy squinted at the Roadrunner. "You're supposed to keep her in the trunk, idiot." Farron said nothing as the man started to undo the chain holding the cattle gates together. Just for fun, Farron revved the engine and gunned it as the chain fell away and banged the gates open and knocked the long-haired guy backwards and watched his limbs turn counterclockwise. He heard a gunshot from above, and so he drove straight on into one leg of the tower and crushed the grill of the Roadrunner. He heard a crack and a creak as the wooden leg gave way, but what happened next was hidden in a cloud of radiator steam. He opened the driver's side door in time to see a guy fall from above and bounce off the hood of the car, an AR-15 going flying. The guy scrambled for his weapon and slid off the hood of the Roadrunner, and Farron shot him before he could get his feet under him. The long-haired guy was somehow on his feet and firing into the steam. Farron bent down and scooped up the AR-15 and let it rip into the darkness. He liked it better than the MAC-10 anyway. He heard the long-haired guy scream as he walked over to the El Camino, accidentally kicking the gym bag on the way. Money spilled out onto the dirt. Farron couldn't believe what he was seeing, but he picked up the bag and threw it in the back of the El Camino anyway. Somewhere down this dirt road, the big barn you could rent for weddings was all lit up. There were two guys walking down the path towards them. All the little cabins they used to rent to church groups were all boarded up on both sides of the overgrown track. They had definitely heard a commotion, but weren't in full-tilt panic yet. These East Coast types didn't think much of Midwesterners, Farron thought, sourly. He climbed into the El Camino, and there was the young woman sitting there already. "You gotta get out of here. You got me through the gate, but that's as far as I was planning on going with you. There's a bag of money back there. Take it and walk to town." She started grabbing at him again, so Farron just put the El Camino in gear and started slowly rolling down the dirt road towards the men in the barn. This one was absolutely not the 1970 El Camino he had lovingly finished restoring when his older brother got sick of it, but it was better than no El Camino at all. When he got close, he floored it, then braked hard and knocked both men down in one swing from the long back of the car. Farron got out and reached into the back where he'd seen a tow chain laying. He pulled it out and hit one guy with it and watched the hook hit him on the ear and yank part of his face onto the ground. Then Farron got the other guy as he was standing up and wrapped the chain around his neck. "What's in the barn?" Farron asked, pulling the chain tighter. But he must have pulled too hard because the guy went limp, blood running from his mouth, and Farron just dropped him in the dirt. Farron climbed back behind the wheel and told the young woman to duck. Then he floored it one more time and drove right at the big barn doors. They didn't bust open as dramatically as he thought, since he was pushing 45 or 50 by the time he reached them, but they splintered well enough that the El Camino went on through and went in a long skid as Farron pumped the brakes. Farron jumped out with the AR-15 and the Glock 19 pointing straight ahead and saw he was in the middle of a big space all painted red. The barn beams, the floor, everything. There were big bright lights everywhere and little cameras with red lights. There was medical equipment in the corners and chains hanging down from above. There were men and women in animal masks. It was the stupidest thing Farron had ever seen. He felt tired. He'd gone this whole night and hadn't met anybody with the juice to kill him. He didn't think any of these people could either. Then somebody stepped up with an ornate-looking knife, and when Farron stuck his hand up to block it, the guy drove it right into Farron's palm. Now something was happening, he thought, and he lifted the Glock and blew a hole in the masked man's face. Bone shards blew back and cut his cheeks, and he realized it was a real skull of some kind, not some Halloween Town plastic shit like he thought. Farron tried to steady himself on the hood of the El Camino and work the AR-15. Somebody with a metal pole ran up to him, and too late Farron realized it was a cattle prod. He tried to kick, and it hit him in the leg and jolted him clear to his balls, and he went down on his back, involuntarily. The masked man threw the prod aside and came thrusting downward with another fancy knife, but Farron scrambled under the El Camino and popped up on the other side, shooting. Farron could hear a low keening from the front seat, and realized it was the young woman, but couldn't do anything but kill everyone in front of him and hope she would get it together enough to finally run away. Some woman in a flowing red robe rose from behind a bank of computer monitors and started saying some shit Farron couldn't hear between the rumbling of the El Camino and the sounds of gunshots and the keening of the young woman and the screams of the dying. He shot her, thinking the rest of them might stop fighting when they saw it, but they didn't, and somebody stabbed Farron up around the collarbone, and the blade deflected off and screeched across the El Camino's paint job. The Glock was out of ammo, and so was the AR-15, and now he wished he hadn't thrown that Remington shotgun on the ground. But it was all right. He felt about done. But then he started thinking about what that young woman, or even his daughter, or both of them, could do with a bag of money. And he grabbed the guy who stabbed him around the neck and beat his head onto the car hood until he dropped the bloody knife. Then Farron took it and tried to slit the guy's throat, but it skittered off the bone of the guy's mask. And then he thought maybe this was just a shitty knife and threw it on the ground. He picked up the cattle prod and used the business end on some asshole with a big hooked knife and then swung at the computer monitors, and it sparked and sputtered and, surprising everyone, started a fire. Then there was a sharp pain in his back, and he half turned and saw somebody whose wolf mask was half hanging off was stabbing him with a scalpel from the table full of medical instruments. And it was some guy he had seen 100 times jogging on the historical trail out where the old railroad had been. Then Farron got pissed, because it was one thing to die in the line of duty, and it was another thing to die of 1,000 cuts from a bunch of dirtbags who got all their ideas from beating off to death metal videos. So he headbutted the guy and clawed at his scalpel but couldn't get it loose. He heard a loud ch-ch behind him and saw some douchebag holding a Mossberg pump-action shotgun pointed at him. Farron grabbed the barrel and forced it upwards, until he forced it under the guy's chin. The blast showered Farron with gore, but he'd lost track of whose blood was whose. There was somebody running away from the growing flames, and Farron brought the barrel of the Mossberg down on his head, and the guy stumbled and fell. Farron wiped blood from his eyes and didn't see anyone else running or moving at all, just the steady red lights looking at him from every angle of the room. And so he lay down next to the last corpse and let the fire warm his feet and waited to see if anything else would happen. Unfortunately, Farron woke up not in that red room, but in a white room, the county hospital, and there was a little boombox covered in stickers on the bedside table, and his wife was talking on the radio, and he knew that the boombox belonged to his daughter, and she must have left it there, and he must be alive. His daughter came in and started crying, and he did too, not for the same reasons. After a few minutes he asked, "Who's the girl?" "They don't know yet," Abby said. "Everybody's somebody," her father whispered. "You're a meme again," Abby said, showing him her phone. The video was called "Sleepy Cop Wakes Up," and somehow there was heavily edited video of the massacre at Comfort Farm. "What is this?" Farron asked, pushing the phone away. "You shouldn't be looking at that. You busted up a red room. It's where they take girls to be tortured and people pay to watch it on the dark web." "The what?" "The bad part of the internet." "There was a good part?" "Somebody put the video out. They said they thought the red room was a hoax, so they were recording it, but they are probably just saying that now because they're trying to stay out of jail." "Speaking of which, that guy outside the door looks like a Fed." "I don't know what he is, Dad. I reckon he wants to talk to me." "He does, but I had to get in here first. By the way, Mom has your phone and is taking all your calls." "She's doing what?" "The password is still your anniversary, Dad." Okay, what calls?" "People want to interview you. Pay for your story. A big podcast called." "What's that?" "It's on the internet." "You can get paid for that?" Abby snuck a glance at the door, where the man in the dark suit and red tie loomed. Dad, I think they want your help. I'm not a cop anymore. The town council extended you. Mom got on the radio and raised hell because you were all stabbed and whatever and weren't going to have any insurance. Farron felt like crying again. It had to be the drugs. Well, she's a good woman. The town council still sucks. They only extended it till December 31st. Farron tried to shrug. Small victories. Farron closed his eyes, and when Abby left and the Fed came in, Farron was sound asleep. The Pumpkin King by David O'Hanlon. Barley and Clyde Sawyer were not the nicest men in Boucher, Arkansas. If they were, they never would have found themselves in my employment. The rural community of Boucher was somewhere between a large town and a small city and had attracted, throughout its years, a veritable rogues gallery ranging from petty thieves to serial killers. The Sawyer cousins fell somewhere in the middle of that spectrum. The boys worked any number of odd jobs, but often supplemented their income by creative means. The cousins were the perfect partnership, seeing as Barley was strong as an ox and Clyde was, well, almost as smart as one. What Clyde lacked in intelligence he made up for in loyalty and tenacity, qualities found rarely in men of his ilk, if they're ever found at all. Clyde brought a heart of gold to the team, fool's gold as it may have been, and damned if he wasn't the best shot I've ever known. Barley, on the other hand, was not. In fact, if the boy managed to hit the broadside of a barn, you could safely bet he'd been aiming for the opposite direction. Luckily for him, he was hellfire in a brawl. Barley also served as the thinker of the two, a meager accomplishment to be sure. It was, as it turns out, Barley's bright idea that led the boys to my doorstep. My name is Barnabas A. Lambert, and I will do my best to relate to you the events that would later bring me to employ Barley and Clyde. Some of the details may have been exaggerated in their recollections, so please try not to hold that against me. I'm only telling you how I heard it. Well, some bitch, Clyde, Barley said. He said it a lot. It was only by the inflection that Clyde Sawyer knew exactly how to take it. The slow, drawn-out tempo of the catchphrase told him Barley was not at all impressed by the turn of events. Clyde never missed a shot, not even on purpose. It was like every bullet he fired magically found the bullseye. The fat man's head leaked across the truck bed. Could have at least wrapped him in plastic, Barley griped. I ain't have none, Clyde wheezed and dug in his pocket for his inhaler. That bastard weighs a ton, and I had to pick him up all by my lonesome. If you hadn't shot him in the head, you wouldn't have to pick him up at all. Barley grabbed the man's collar and jerked him out of the back of the truck in 3 tries. The body poured over the tailgate into a contorted heap. Ugh! He squirted brain juice on me. I didn't say anything about shooting him. Ain't say nothing about not shooting him either. Clyde straightened the corpse out. Things got a little out of hand. I had to improvise. Out of hand my ass. You just needed to give him the brick and get the bag of money. Clyde sighed. I got the money, and we can sell the brick again. Ain't the point, Clyde. Barley shook his head. What kind of drug dealers can't be trusted to keep their word? Clyde scratched his head. All of them, I reckon. Well, that shit's gotta change. Barley grabbed the man's ankles. Lift with your knees, we ain't got no workman's comp. Clyde hooked the body under the arms, and they began the arduous trek down the levee with their portly cargo. Thanks to Clyde's hair trigger and Barley's short temper, the duo was getting good at disposing of unwanted bodies, a skill they sold to others as well. Clyde, make me a promise. Barley wrestled to fix his grip around the gargantuan thighs. What's that, Barley? Make the fat ones run a bit before you shoot them. Clyde laughed and lost his grip, sending Barley and the body rolling to the bottom of the incline. He stopped laughing when he heard the splash and trotted down quickly. Barley shook off the water and unraveled the plastic sheeting from his pocket in silence. Near silence, anyhow. A low hiss alerted them to another presence. Clever bastard, Clyde pointed behind Barley. That's the same one as last time. The alligator inched closer, but stayed to the water's edge. Gators were smart critters and knew the sound of the Sawyer's 1978 Dodge Warlock meant a free meal was coming. Barley laid the sheet out and rolled the man onto it. If they're working, they might as well be getting paid for it, Barley said, and unsheathed the knife from his boot. Hell, we might even get a couple of them to keep at the house. Be a damn sight better than coming way out here to dump a body. Barley ripped open the man's shirt and set about the grim task of hollowing the corpse, while Clyde went up top to retrieve the bags of landscaping rocks. By the time the younger Sawyer brought the duffel bag back, Barley was finished with his end. Barley tossed a kidney to the gator to thank him for waiting patiently, while Clyde stuffed the body with stones. They wrapped the plastic around the man and secured it with duct tape before loading him into the camouflaged John boat. As they rowed away, the gator went for the viscera left ashore. The channel wound around a series of bends and into the maze of swamps that occupied the southeast of Fagin County. There was little in the way of civilization in that nook of the natural state. Barley and Clyde paddled until they reached a tiny island known locally as Frog's Ass, so called because it was bare and wet as an amphibian's behind. Arkansans can be quite colorful in their colloquialisms. They rolled the body into the water before mooring the boat to the ramshackle pier. Frog's Ass used to be a popular spot with the peculiar church of Ebenezer Witt. The sinister minister and founder of the nearby community of Witt's End was something of a local boogeyman. The Spanish flu found its way into the tiny village and spread amongst the congregation, like wildfire. At least, that's what they say. Fact of the matter is, like most stories in the South, there's the truth, and then there's what really happened. Whichever version you believe, the ending is the same. Everyone in Witt's End died. Badly. As the years went on, some of the yokels began venturing to Frog's Ass to party without the nuisances of local law enforcement. Reports of strange occurrences were rampant, as were the disappearances. The island, not much larger than a Walmart, was eventually forgotten about except by those of ill repute. Those like Barley and Clyde. The boys got off the boat and stretched their legs. Rusted beer cans poked out of the dirt like headstones of fun times long since dead and served as the only proof anyone had ever come to the isle before them. They didn't use the small motor when carrying anything of legal ambiguity, and the 2 hours of rowing took its toll, so they rested on the island whenever their work took them so far into the wetlands. Barley laid back and let the cool mud soothe his tired muscles. A single cloud drifted lazily across the full moon. "Hey, Barley," Clyde called as he urinated noisily against a stone protrusion. "Come look at this." "I reckon I'll pass." Barley sat up and pulled his shirt back. "Best keep it away from the water, though. Some snapper might think that little white wiggler of yours is a minnow and bite it right off." "This is why you ain't got no friends, Barley." Clyde's zipper punctuated the statement. "I meant, come look at what I was peeing on." "This better be good." Barley left his flashlight sticking out of the mud and joined his cousin. He took off his ball cap and scratched at his shoulder-length hair. "Yep, that's, definitely interesting." "It's one of them devil altars, that's what it is," Clyde informed him. "That's just lies they tell in movies, Clyde." Barley felt the carved lines of the knee-high stone pillar. "The pentagram means good things, most of the time. Folks use it to symbolize the 5 wounds of Christ, for example. It's even big in China." "Damn, you always learning me something, cuz." Clyde spat tobacco juice across it and inspected it with his penlight. "So this is a good thing, then?" Barley checked his watch and grunted. "Well, Clyde, I don't reckon this one is, actually." "How's that?" "You see, Clyde, we was here 2 nights ago, and it weren't." "That's a bit worrisome." Clyde leaned over closer to the symbol. "Maybe we just overlooked it." "Could be." Barley snugged his hat back on his head. "But it's been Halloween for about 3 hours now, and it's a full moon, and I'd much rather we didn't fuck around with the pentagram in the swamp if it's all the same to you." "Big Barley scared of an old star? Ain't that something?" Clyde pointed at the indentation in the center of the star. "What you reckon that is?" "Looks like a hand. Let's get back to the house. We promised we'd do them hayrides for the kiddies tonight." Barley turned to leave. "And don't touch the—" A cypress exploded in a flash of lightning across the swamp. The animals went silent, like scolded children cowering before an angry mother. Barley rubbed his eyes to clear the spots from his vision. Frog's ass shuddered twice, and the muddy bank bubbled. The ground shook again, and Barley's boots sunk into the liquefying soil beneath him. He exhaled sharply and shook his head before looking back at his cousin. Clyde's jaw was hanging open, and his hand was pressed firmly in the middle of the bizarre altar. "Well, some bitch, Clyde!" The carved star glowed brightly, and the younger Sawyer jumped away, immediately sinking into the island up to his knees. Barley plodded over quickly as he could and pulled him free. They made slow progress to the John boat as the ground sucked at their legs, trying to pull them inside. The edge of Frog's ass dissolved into drifting clumps of muck as the landmass became nothing more than sludge and broke apart before them. The remnants of the dock collapsed entirely. "I told you not to touch it!" Barley exclaimed. "But you knew I was gonna." The island broke away in a flash and dumped them into the swamp. Barley clung to Clyde's back, trying to stay afloat. Barley swam slightly better than a boulder, after all. A pillar of fog rose from the dying island, crackling with its own lightning storm inside its swirling mass. The moon dimmed and, over the symphony of horrid destruction, the Sawyers could hear something much worse. It wasn't laughter, as we'd call it, but rather the perverse imitation of the act by a thing born in a place where joy did not exist. Clyde took great motivation in this and got them to the boat right quick. Barley kicked his feet to keep his head above the black water while Clyde submerged and cut them free of the shattered dock. They clambered inside the boat, and Clyde shook water from his inhaler for 3 puffs of salvation. The remains of Frog's ass drifted lazily in all directions, and the tower of fog spread out across the sky, blotting out the moon for all of Fagin County. "Think that's a bad omen, Barley?" Clyde spat swamp water. Barley clicked the switch of the spotlight mounted on the nose of the boat and shined it across the swamp. A piece of plastic sheeting reflected it back as it floated away. Bubbles popped next to the boat, and a pudgy face rose silently above the water. Water streamed through the bullet hole like a broken faucet. The man gripped the rim of the boat and jerked it down, sending Clyde into the water with him. Clyde bobbed up in time to see the obese corpse breaststroking to his revenge, zombie teeth snapping at the air in anticipation of Clyde's flesh. Clyde shut his eyes tight. The trolling motor hummed to life, and he knew Barley was skinning out before the corpse could eat him too. Then the motor bogged down in an entanglement, whining as it tried to break free. Sticky chunks pelted Clyde's face. Barley must have gotten stuck in the broken remains of the isle, Clyde feared. The Revenant would have his vengeance on both the Sawyers, soon enough. Clyde opened his eyes and watched the headless body sink into the swamp for the second time that night. Barley shut off the motor and slung it over his shoulder with a grin. "You swimming home, or you want to get yourself in the boat?" Barley remounted the motor to its bracket. Clyde pulled himself in and sighed. "There's a chance this might be my fault." The rest of the day was without further zombie attacks, and the boys felt assured the incident at Frog's Ass was an isolated one. With it being Halloween, they didn't have any jobs lined up and focused on the evening's task, preparing their truck for the hayrides. The Dodge Warlock growled into the daycare's gravel parking lot. Barley stepped down from the lifted pickup, and the much shorter Clyde slid out. The screen door swung open and clacked against the siding as she came out to meet them. Barley stumbled, drawing an amused snort from Clyde. Everyone in Boucher was in love with Maud Beaumont. The streaks of green cascading through her blonde French bob shimmered in the late afternoon sun. She waved to the cousins with her slender fingers dancing playfully, and smiled in the way that only she can. It was a tactic that melted the hearts and befuddled the minds of men across the county. One had to be careful with Maud, for if you looked into the depths of her eyes, you might not ever return in the same manner you left, as was the case with Barley Sawyer, who fell into those eyes in the 7th grade and found himself perpetually entwined around those playful, slender fingers. I must admit, I myself have fallen for her charms on some occasion, which has kept the boys employed and alive. As he rounded the vehicle, Barley spotted a hunk of brain clinging to the tailgate and quickly tossed it into the bushes before Maud could see it. She'd convinced Barley to pull the trailer through Driscoll's corn maze for the daycare's annual hayrides. 3 trips through the field and Barley would be in a position to finally admit his love for Maud. Though, He wouldn't because he'd been in that position on at least 33 different occasions and chickened out every time. "Hi, Barley," Maud said, sweeter than Georgia tea. "And Clyde, of course. Are you all set for the rides?" "Howdy, Maud." Clyde pulled the trailer hitch from the bed of the truck and slotted it into the bumper. "We are now. Is Driscoll gonna send them damn scarecrows out this year?" "Just like every year since 1963, Maud assured him. "Fuck." Clyde's face soured. "I don't like them. Not one bit. Ain't no reason Halloween needs to be scary. After all, we're taking little kids through that maze." "Language, Clyde." Barley shook his head. "I can't take you nowhere." "I'm used to him by now," Maud smiled and gestured to the trailer with its square holes arranged into benches amidst a bed of loose straw. "I figure we can take them in groups of 10, except the pre-K kiddos. There's 11 in that bunch." "Sounds like you got it all planned out," Barley smiled and took his trucker cap off. "Will you be riding in the truck with me? Me and Clyde, I mean, unless you'd be more comfortable if it were just you and me. Clyde don't mind riding in the back none." Clyde's face twisted in confusion. "I definitely mind riding where them scarecrows can see me." "Man up, Clyde," Barley's shoulders sagged. "I reckon I mean to ask if you'd like to ride up front with me is where I was going with that." "I was thinking Clyde could sit up front where he's safe." Maud squeezed Barley's arm. "And that you might like to ride with me in the back. I even got a special Halloween blanket we can sit on." Maud looked up at him with those damned blue-green eyes and Barley went toppling down into them. His affirmation came out in a squeaky, bashful yip of excitement, and he quickly set about moving the truck and getting the trailer hitched to it, while Maud went inside to prepare the plastic pails the kiddies would be carrying on the ride. Clyde wrestled loose bales into the bed of the Warlock for Barley and Maud to ride on. The first carloads of kids pulled into the parking lot and went inside to get their baskets. Clyde slipped the aluminum bat from under the seat and patted it against his palm. "The hell do you need a baseball bat for?" Barley asked. "Well, I reckon we got attacked by a zombie this morning, and I might have sank an island after fiddling with that magic doohickey, so we should have some protection tonight." Clyde beamed with pride for his forward thinking. "There's also the time to think about it." "What about the time, Clyde?" Barley checked his watch. "It's 5:45. "Exactly, cuz." Clyde pointed up at the sun, or where it should have been anyhow. "Why is it dark already?" Barley looked at the dense blanket of clouds folded across the sky. Somewhere beyond the fluffy barrier, the sun struggled to come through, staining them a hellish red. The screams of excited children swarming out of the daycare interrupted the cousins. The little gremlins piled into the trailer with their haggard parents shuffling behind to wish them a plentiful bounty. Maud strode up to them. Barley, forgetting the rest of the world existed, lifted her gingerly into the bed of the truck before joining her. He leaned over the edge and tugged Clyde to him by the collar. "It's probably just a storm blowing in, but keep your eyes open nonetheless." He glanced over his shoulder at Maud before turning back to his cousin. "Give me your gun." "I ain't bring one." Barley stared at Clyde until he begrudgingly pulled the revolver from his boot and handed it up to him. "Don't know why you want it," Clyde said. "You shoot straight as the letter S. Just drive, and watch out for the dead." Clyde made the turn into the corn maze. Sure enough, Driscoll's scarecrows were waiting at the entrance. The whole Driscoll clan was there as well, tossing candy into the trailer to the joyous wails of the children. They were deep into the maze before the lightning started. Clyde slowed the truck to a crawl and watched the clouds crackle with tangerine bolts of electricity. He mashed the brakes and put her in park before leaning out the window to whistle for Barley. He jerked a thumb up at the storm. Barley stood up and looked to the clouds. They rolled like waves, cresting in saffron strobes. The laughter echoing from around them turned into harmonious singing, a hymn known only to the forgotten cult of Wit's End. The stalks rustled with sudden excitement. Clyde sucked his finger and held it to the sky. "Ain't no wind blowing, Barley." He slipped out of the cab with his bat in hand. "Nope, there sure ain't, Clyde." Barley climbed down from the truck and looked to Maud. "Best you wait here, my dear." The minuscule forms, adorned in temple garments, ambled out of the maze, not much higher than Barley's waist, with pumpkins resting atop their scrawny shoulders. Clyde took tentative steps toward the nearest of the infernal carolers and swung for the fences. The singing stopped in a collective gasp as they watched one of their number drop flat. "Well, some bitch, Clyde!" Barley pulled the pistol and kept it trained on the mob. "You can't just go whacking little kids with a bat for being creepy." "Weren't no kid." Clyde pointed at the shattered remains of the pumpkin and slithering worms oozing out of the neck. It's an imp. They're like goblins, but they serve a... Oh shit. Serve a what, Clyde? Barley asked. An earth-shattering roar answered. The imps shrieked in agreement. A vine whipped out of the maze and twisted around Barley's legs, jerking him under the truck. He screamed for help, clutching the corn stalks while the vine pulled tighter. He drew the pistol and fired into the maze. Still, the vine fought against him, snapping the stalks and pulling him deeper inside. Clyde found himself swinging at the swarm of charging imps, unable to aid his cousin. Maud jumped into the trailer and ushered the terrified children into the truck bed. "Stay here. We're leaving soon," she promised them. The tire iron screeched across the bed as she pulled it to her and joined Clyde in the game of demonic whack-a-mole. More gunshots cracked in the maze. Clyde cursed the whole situation and smashed another pumpkin, spraying Maud with the wriggly contents. She swiped the worms from her hair and slapped Clyde hard enough to dislodge the tobacco glob. "Watch where you're swinging," she shouted. "We need to get these kids out of here and rescue Barley. You got a plan for this?" "Barley does the planning." Clyde kicked one of the creatures between the legs and laughed as it collapsed. "Imps got nards too." "That's not helpful." "Get in the truck and tell them crotch dumplings to hold tight." Clyde winked. "I think I got me a plan after all." The warlock bounced violently through the field, following the bent and broken path of Barley's abduction. The truck was designed for off-road shenanigans, but the trailer slid and twisted, tossing hay bales into the field like mortar fire. The truck jerked hard, narrowly missing Barley as they caught up with him. Clyde pulled the truck alongside Barley and grabbed the chrome Nerf bar. "This is not a plan," Maud shouted as she tried to keep the kids from bouncing out of the truck. "Well, it's working like one," Clyde shouted. Clyde leaned out the window. "Told you, Barley! You can't shoot for shit! Now hold on!" Clyde jerked the wheel and pulled Barley away from the vine, snapping the tendril in two. The agonizing scream drowned out the roar of the warlock's big engine. Clyde stopped the truck and got out. Barley handed him the revolver and went to check on the kids and Maud. Clyde opened the cylinder and cursed. "Only left me one bullet?" he asked. "You ain't never needed more than one." Barley climbed into the truck bed and tried soothing the children. "What do imps serve, Clyde?" A wall of corn dropped away with a swish, and two scarecrows staggered forward with scythes held high. Maud hopped out of the truck and cocked the tire iron back. Hellfire burned in the mouths of their jack-o'-lantern heads. Barley broke a board free of the warlock's bedrail and joined Maud. "You boys can fuck right off," Maud warned them. They didn't listen. They reaped the air with their blades and ambled closer, side by side in their pursuit. The gunshot silenced the wails of terrified kiddos. The two pumpkins wilted, and their fire spread, engulfing the straw bodies. "I hate scarecrows." Clyde spun the pistol on his finger and blew smoke from the barrel. "Barley's right. I ain't never needed more than one bullet." Lightning crashed to the ground in scores. The maze ignited in their wake, and twisting vines curled out of the flames like snakes seeking mice. The ground split open, crazing in fissures that stretched to the boys and Maud. The sulfuric fumes rising out from them stung their nostrils and brought tears to their eyes. "Imps serve the royal family of hell," Clyde grumbled. "How do you know that?" Maud whispered. "Learned it from the YouTube." Clyde pressed a wad of tobacco into his lip. "Really wish you ain't wasted my bullets, Barley." "I was trying not to get killed, Clyde." Barley hoisted the 2x4. The 3-story jack-o'-lantern tore out of the earth on the verdant, coiling vines sprouting from the white fuzz along its spongy orange belly. A great guffaw resonated from the pulpy mouth of the beast, matched by the torso of a man rising where its stem should have been. Tiny gourds grew out of his flesh like tumors, and more greenery sprouted amongst his white hair.
"I was Ebenezer Witt, prophet of the Ascendant One, Homadai," he bellowed. "For as the angels fall, so shall the demon rise."
"That sounds bad," Barley whispered. Maud ran over to the truck bed. "Kids, I'm gonna need y'all to get on down from there and sit in the trailer nice and sweet. Can you do that? Just like when we play the quiet game."
"For my sacrifice and the lot of 500 souls, I am beyond the limitations of the flesh," the creature continued. "I am the Pumpkin King, Pontifex of the Temple of the Blight, and the Harbinger of Famine."
Clyde spat tobacco juice down a fissure. "How about you come on down off your pumpkin, and Barley'll just go ahead and whoop your ass?" Barley nudged him with a board. "Why me?" "Damn it all to hell, Barley," Clyde threw his hands in the air. I took care of them scarecrows, and Maud helped with the imps. Carry your weight some. The vines lashed out, and Barley rolled away from them. He tossed the board aside, switching it out for one of the sickles lying on the ground. Clyde wasn't as nimble. The creeper constricted around his narrow figure. The blade flashed before him. Chlorophyll sprayed his face as the tentacles shrank away. What did YouTube say about killing this guy? Barley swiped at vines, cracking like whips at the boys. Need virgin blood. Clyde jumped over a fissure and grabbed the other scythe. I think we're in trouble then, Barley grunted. Got a whole trailer full, I reckon. Clyde cut down an attacking appendage. We're not feeding the kiddos to the pumpkin. Barley grabbed Clyde's collar and swung him to safety as the field cracked open beneath them. I'm never gonna get a second date now. Fools. The Pumpkin King lunged forward. The jack-o'-lantern mouth stretched wide, unleashing a wave of orange and green bugs. Millions of aphids poured across the ground, their tiny bodies sliding across one another like sand in an hourglass. This is entirely your fault, Clyde! I told you not to fiddle with that damn thing! Barley stomped at the early arrivals. The cousins stood back to back while the famished horde besieged them. The Warlock's engine revved, rumbling through the smokestack exhausts. The aphids slowed their advance and halted altogether when the engine roared again. The cousins looked at the truck. The rumble of the motor shook the gold-striped body. Through the window they saw Maud, wringing the steering wheel in her fists, as she pumped the accelerator in an uneven rhythm. The aphids turned, the movement imperceptible on account of their size, and seemed to rewind with the coriaceous flesh of the Pumpkin King. The Warlock's tires spun, flinging dirt across the kids hunkering in the unhitched trailer before jumping forward. The engine roared like a lion pouncing at its prey. The bull bars struck the cottony peach fuzz growing along the demon's belly. The rind collapsed under the full force of the redneck limousine's V8. The cousins, dumbfounded more than usual, stared at the brake lights glowing within the moment it took the whole thing to collapse. On top of it, the house-sized gourd putrefied in a puddle of pie filling that heaped over the truck, swallowing it like the tide takes the beach. The pickup pulled out in reverse, its smokestacks bubbling hot pumpkin puree as it slid in a J-turn beside the Sawyers. Maud jumped down from the driver's seat. Orange goop covered her body and dripped from her hair down her stained blouse. She wiped her lips and muttered. Clyde left the windows down. Maud, Clyde started, and then snorted with restrained laughter. You look gorgeous. Fuck you, Clyde. Maud slapped her hands over her mouth and looked to the trailer. I'm sorry, kids. Miss Maud shouldn't have used that word. Most of the children were sobbing or calling for their mothers. Others simply rocked silently. I'm sure they'll recover. Eventually. After all, nothing builds character like supernatural trauma in early childhood. I wouldn't be the man I am today if it weren't for such events. Barley watched the mutated form of Ebenezer Witt pulling himself out of the puddle, dragging his entrails behind him. Clyde charged at him with the scythe overhead. Witt slithered down a fissure. Clyde narrowly missed, sinking the curved steel blade into the earth. Clyde threw his trucker cap to the ground. Damn it all to hell! Tubular yellow flowers bloomed around the blade, and Barley knelt to inspect them. He plucked one and stood up. Pumpkin flowers. He slipped it behind Maud's ear. I reckon that means this ain't over yet. Whatever comes next, Maud said, lacing her sticky fingers between his. We can handle it, just like tonight. How did we handle it? Clyde asked. Aphids don't like acoustic stressors, so I used the truck to drive them away. Maud pointed at the remains of the former Pumpkin King. And that was just a case of Phytophthora blight, obviously. Obviously, Barley agreed. You know, I was thinking, after we get these kiddos home, we should go on over to Orville. Oh no, Clyde shook his head. I know what you're gonna say next. We ain't never going near that shack again. What shack? Maud asked. There's an old woman that lives in the woods outside of Orville, Barley said. She's a witch, or a ghost. We ain't too sure which one. She used to scare the bejesus out of us as kids. She'll be able to shine some light on what Clyde done did. I ain't going, Clyde crossed his arms. You know what happens when you mess with ghost witches? Maud shook her head, splattering Barley with pumpkin juice. Me neither, and we ain't finding out. I draw the line. Clyde swiped his hand, making an invisible line in front of him. Barley hitched the trailer and got behind the steering wheel with Maud snuggled up against him. Clyde pouted on a bale of hay next to the kids while they drove out of the corn maze. They told the parents the scarecrows had been extra scary that year and promised the children would stop crying. Eventually. Then they headed out across the old highway to Orville to see the crone of Cock's Call Holler. I told you, they got some colorful names for things in Arkansas. It was Barley's bright idea to see the crone, and it was that idea that brought them to my door. Sometimes, things just work out. And that's the story of how Barley and Clyde first met the Pumpkin King. It might not all be true, but that's how I heard it. Another Mischief Night by Shane Migliavaca. Fresh from nursing school, Kay Ferris had only been at Forbes Sanitarium for 3 months. Yet, she was already sure she'd never get used to that building, or the psychotics that dwelled within. Lightning flashed outside, its crooked fingers searching for the ground. Halloween was a few days away, but for Kay, it may as well be tonight. The dark hallways and stillness of Level 5 were creeping her out, and the damn storm wasn't helping matters. Dr. Chandler had all the patients on Level 5 sedated early, something to be thankful for, she thought, as she made her rounds. But with the storm, it really was the only course of action, as bad weather tended to knock out the sanitarium's power. And since the doors were locked electronically, if the power went out, all the doors would unlock. The cheapskates in charge refused to pay for a backup generator. She stopped. Ahead was the end of the hall, and the last door on the left behind which sat Patient 15. Patient 15, that girl in the mask, Amanda Williams, she was worse than all the others. The girl just sat there, day and night, in her white mask, never making a sound. Chandler, who had treated the girl since she'd first arrived, said she wore the mask out of shame. Shame that her brother was murdered in a botched robbery while she stood by, paralyzed with fear. Kay heard noises coming from the room, late at night. Not surprising, since Amanda was the only patient that was never sedated, as Chandler felt it unnecessary. Kay suspected the old man thought of the girl as a daughter. She chuckled, picturing them sitting down for a Sunday dinner. She started down the hall again when there was a bright flash of lightning, followed by a loud crash of thunder. The lights dimmed before finally flickering back on. Spooky shit, huh? Kay jumped. She spun around to see Johnny Earl behind her. The husky orderly smirked, and she felt her face turning red. What? Down there. The last cell. His loud booming voice trailed off into a whisper. Patient 15. I guess, Kay shrugged, not wanting to let on how freaked the girl made her feel. All the ghosts and goblins will be coming out soon, he made eerie sounds. I can protect you. Save the trick-or-treat shit for Halloween night, Johnny Earl. Thank God Halloween was on a Saturday this year, Kay thought, safe in the knowledge that she had the day off. Hey, I'm sorry. How about I make it up to you? He touched her arm, making Kay flinch. There's some empty rooms downstairs. We could, take a little break. She pulled away from the big orderly. Not a chance. Stuck-up bitch, Kay heard him mumble as she walked away. Smiling at his disappointment, she walked back to the nurse's station. An older nurse sat watching a small TV which sat next to a large jack-o'-lantern. Lightning flashed, causing the lights to dim again. The woman looked up as Kay approached. Don't worry. The older woman took out a cigarette, lighting it up. Happens every time there's a big storm. A sinister laugh erupted from the TV. 31 Days of Halloween will return with Jesse James meets Frankenstein's daughter after these horrendous arcane adverts. Mrs. Bradley was the senior nurse on the 5th floor, which meant she could do whatever the hell she wanted, so the old nurse spent her shift watching old horror movies and smoking. How are all our little chickadees? Sleeping. Good. Mrs. Bradley coughed. Sit down for a bit. They ain't going anywhere. Kay sat, stifling a cough. She hadn't talked to the older nurse much since starting at Forbes. Bradley intimidated her, and Kay had heard stories from the other nurses that the old woman could be quite the tyrant if you crossed her. So Kay did as she was told and kept her head down. "You like it here?" She felt her throat tighten as Kay strained to think of the appropriate words. It's a shithole," Mrs. Bradley laughed. "Don't worry about trying to kiss my ass and say this is a great place. Do your job, put in your time, and if you're smart, you'll use this as a stepping stone." After a few moments of silence, Kay worked up the courage to ask a question. "How come you stayed?" Before answering, the old nurse tapped some ash into a coffee cup. "Big fish, small pond. If I'd gone somewhere else, I'd have to start over again." Johnny Earl sauntered towards them. Well, well, well. Nobody told me it was break time." He made a hurt face. Standing, Kay adjusted her uniform. "Well, back to it." She walked by Johnny Earl, giving him the cold shoulder. Kay could feel them both watching her as she walked away. She listened to the squeak of her sneakers on the cold linoleum floor. Outside, lightning flashed, the brightest one yet. On its heels was a building shaking rumble as the thunder rolled above the earth. The lights flickered and hummed again before going out. This time, they remained dark. "Oh, fuck," Kay muttered to herself. She stood alone in the hallway, darkness surrounding her. Kay used the faint light from outside to find the wall. Slowly, feeling along the wall, her hand glided over the concrete of the wall and the metal of the doors. She continued on this way, until she bumped face first into the wall at the hall's end. Embarrassed, Kay headed back. She could see the pumpkin grinning there by the now dark TV. A fiery face grinning at her. A beacon in the dark. Another sharp blast of lightning revealed the older nurse sitting there in her chair. Kay's eyes strained to adjust after the bright flash of light. "This is really something," Kay said, feeling a little better in the veteran's presence. "I'm sure the power will be back on soon, right?" Unable to see but the faintest outline of the older nurse, Kay turned the face of the jack-o'-lantern towards the woman. "Mrs. Bradley?" The woman's head slumped to the side, her eyes open and wide. Her swollen tongue hung limp from her mouth, which was frozen in a silent scream. Nearly tipping over her own feet, Kay backed away. What should she do? Find Johnny Earl? Call the cops? Slowly turning, Kay came face to face with a blank white face mask. Narrowed eyes sized her up from behind it. "Amanda!" was all Kay could spit out before the strong, muscular hands gripped her by her throat, lifting her off the ground. Amanda's eyes met Kay's. Cold, deep, and somehow innocent. Suddenly, there was a deafening crack, and it was over. Kay's body hit the linoleum floor with a dull thud. Amanda stepped over the body without a second glance. She had much to do. Kyle Williams felt guilty as he put on his Halloween costume. Amanda would want him to go out, have a good time. The thought of her made him touch the side of his face as he ran his hand over the scar on his cheek. If only he'd done something to help her that night. "Come on, lead ass!" Trevor, his impatient roommate, stood in the door, dressed as Dracula. "Them wild women ain't waiting forever." "Sure, almost done." Truthfully, he was glad to be going. It was a chance to get out of the dorm instead of sitting around by himself while everybody had fun. "I can't believe you're going as a hobo." "I'm not a hobo," Kyle groaned. "I'm Doctor Who." "I've seen Doctor Who. He doesn't dress like a hobo." "The second one did." Trevor shook his head. "Whatever, man. I'll take your word for it. Let's go." As they pulled up the driveway, Kyle was amazed by just how many people were there. "Holy shit." "Got that right," Trevor said, looking for an open spot on the lawn to park. "I think the whole college is here, and then some." Finding a spot on the outer edge of the lawn, Trevor parked. They got out, both marveling at the lit-up 3-story house, Halloween lights crisscrossing its front. A pretty Latino woman in a revealing red dress and shoddy black wig A close enough approximation of Sigourney Weaver from Ghostbusters brushed past Kyle as he and Trevor made their way towards the house. "Sorry," she said, turning to look at Kyle before disappearing behind a van. "No prob," Kyle replied, watching her go. "Dude, she was checking you out." "Yeah, right." "Fuck, she was, trust me." "Really?" Trevor nods. "Go on, I'll be inside." Kyle hesitated for a moment before going to look for the girl in the red dress. Poking his head around the other side of the van, Kyle scanned the rows of parked cars. A guy, his hair pulled back into a ponytail, dressed in a karate gi, and a blonde girl in a cheerleader uniform stared at him as he prowled around looking for the girl. He headed back towards where they'd parked. It was like the girl had vanished into thin air. "Hey, over here!" Kyle turned to see the girl in the red dress leaning against a tree. "Hi," he stammered. She beckoned him over. "Kyle Williams?" "Yeah. Come with me if you want to live." "What?" "I always wanted to say that." A man cleared his throat, stepping from behind a tree. "Officer Mortez, we don't have time for shenanigans." The man rubbed his hands together. His thinning white hair was combed back. Kyle was very familiar with the little man. "Dr. Chandler?" Kyle said, perplexed. "What are you doing here? Did something happen?" The doctor stroked his chin. "Your sister escaped after killing 2 nurses and an orderly. And later she stole a car after killing a motorist," Mortez added. Kyle looked at the pair dumbfounded. "Why?" Mortez scanned the area. "Let's get to the car. We can talk about it there. I don't like being out in the open." She hustled them to an unmarked car. Kyle stopped. "What about Trevor? I don't want to just ditch him." Mortez pushed Kyle into the back seat in response. Chandler slid into the passenger seat just in time as Mortez peeled out. "How is this possible, Doc?" Kyle asked. "I thought she was harmless." "It's complicated. Something must have been triggered within her." As the doctor tried to explain his theory, Kyle became aware of the headlights bearing down on them. "Are we?" Mortez cut him off. "Being followed?" "Yes, since we left the party." "So you're a cop?" "Sure am," she said, their eyes meeting in the rearview mirror. "Great legs for a cop," Kyle said under his breath as he looked over his shoulder. Mortez took the radio from the dashboard. "Got the kid and the doc heading in. Over." "Kid?" Kyle mumbled. "I'm in college." Kyle could hear the other car gunning its engine as it accelerated before pulling up alongside them. Kyle made out an all-too-familiar face in the driver's seat. His sister's blank white face mask stared back at him. Amanda swerved the car into them. Mortez fought to keep the car on the road as they were struck again. "Why the hell is she doing this?" Kyle screamed over the scraping of metal. Mortez managed to shake off the other car for a moment, but Amanda hit the gas and rammed their car again. "Your sister is getting on my nerves," Mortez snapped. As Amanda continued her assault, Kyle leaned over the front seat. He looked at Chandler, who was sweating profusely. "Why is she doing this, Doc?" Chandler looked ready to faint. "She wants to kill you." Before Kyle had a chance to process this, Amanda sent their car flying off the road and into a ditch. Kyle wasn't sure which one of them was screaming at the top of their lungs, before he realized it was himself, as darkness descended upon him. "Hey, Great Gatsby, wake the fuck up!" He looked up to see Mortez hovering over him. As she pulled him up, he saw Chandler nursing a nasty gash on his forehead. "Where is she?" Kyle asked, feeling a sting of pain in his back. "Don't know. We gotta get out of here." Mortez pulled a pistol from her thigh holster, flashing a bit of leg. "I radioed in our situation. There's nobody close and I'm not hanging around here waiting for your crazy sister to show up." She popped the trunk open, rummaging around. She pulled out a tire iron and offered it to Kyle. "Merry Christmas, don't say I never gave you anything." He took it, turning the dingy-looking metal bar over in his hands. "If I can get close enough," Chandler spoke up. "You don't need violence." He pulls a syringe from his jacket. "I can sedate her." Mortez frowned. "We'll see, Doc. Can you walk okay?" I think so, officer." Kyle helped him forward as they headed into the tree line beyond the ditch. Mortez took point. Kyle leaned in close as he helped Chandler step over a tree root. "Why is she doing this?" As you know, your sister believes you died in that home invasion. He wheezed between words. Think of that time you visited her in the hospital, when she became agitated. Agitated was one way to say it, Kyle thought. He could still remember that day, not that long after that Halloween invasion. The doctor had ushered him into her room. Upon seeing him, Amanda had started screaming at the top of her lungs, a wild, terrified look in her eyes. Since then, his visits consisted of seeing her through two-way glass. The doctor cleared his throat before finishing. What I learned is, your sister feels you're an imposter, a phony duplicate of her brother, a doppelganger. Kyle let the words sink in as they made slow progress through the heavily wooded area. His sister, the one he loved more than anything else in life, truly wanted to destroy him. Mortez motioned for them to stop. There's a field up ahead. Sit tight, I'll take a look. Not a good idea, Kyle replied. Chill, kid. I'm just going 5 feet. She slipped through the trees as Kyle shook his head. I'm not a kid. After a few minutes, Mortez came back. Looks like a farm in the distance. Can't tell if there's anybody there. I think it's our best bet. There might be a phone or a car. Beyond the trees was a large field overgrown with tall grass. As they started across, Kyle felt his heart beat faster. Amanda could be anywhere out there, lying in wait. The grass was over waist high, tall enough to conceal one very pissed-off sister. A cool autumn breeze rolled over the field. The grass swayed back and forth. Kyle's eyes darted back and forth as he gripped the tire iron tightly. Suddenly he caught a black shape off to their left in the field, just sitting. Moonlight gave it a vague, ominous shape. What the hell is that? What is what? Mortez asked. There, Kyle pointed with the tire iron. Tractor maybe, Chandler offered. They kept going. Like some great beast opening its eyes after a long slumber, headlights flooded the field as the dark shape roared to life, the car's tires peeling out as it shot forward towards the trio. Shit, Mortez spat as she took aim. She fired off around as the car screamed towards her. Mortez dove to the side as the car barreled by, heading straight towards Chandler and Kyle. Kyle grabbed Chandler and pushed the startled doctor to the ground and out of the car's path. The vehicle spun around for another attempt. Kyle was running and screaming before he even realized what he was doing. All that he knew was he had to draw the car away from them. Amanda! Kyle screamed as he ran full tilt towards the farmhouse. Maybe there was something there he could stop his sister with. Adrenaline was the only thing fueling his fight. He ran, huffing and puffing until the world slipped out from beneath his feet and he fell face first on the grass. Regaining his wits, Kyle rolled at the last possible minute out of the way of the oncoming car. Screeching to a stop, the car now blocked his path to the farmhouse. Amanda met his gaze behind the wheel of the car. Getting to his feet, Kyle felt the sting of a skinned knee and a twisted ankle acquired from his tumble. Hobbling towards the barn, he heard the car slowly turn around. No rush. She had plenty of time to kill him. The brake lights bathed the landscape in a bloody red hue. The place looked deserted. A good thing no one else could get in his sister's path. Kyle pushed open the large barn doors. The headlights of the slowly approaching car at his back illuminated the dusty interior. Kyle entered the barn as the car crept further towards him. He could feel Amanda's eyes fixed on him, as well as the weight of the tire iron in his hand. He turned as the car lurched forward, and stopped. Then moved forward again. It was halfway in the barn now. She was taunting him, playing with him. The high beam stung his eyes as the car drew closer. God damn it! Mortez pushed tall stalks of grass out of her way. When she'd gone down after the car had nearly clipped her, she'd lost her gun. A fucking rookie mistake. It had to be here somewhere. She glanced up across the field. The light from the car was still visible. Stay here, Doc, she ordered. I gotta help the kid. Chandler tried to say something, and she cut him off. You'll be a bigger help finding my gun. Take this, then. He handed her the syringe. It'll put her out quick. She took off running. If the kid was dead when she got there, Mortez would make sure his sister was too. Fucking knock her out. No going back to a nice cell for that bitch, she thought. If Chandler didn't like that, he could take it up with her captain. The car stopped a couple of feet from where Kyle stood. The roar of the great beast died as Amanda turned the engine off. The bright, blinding headlights faded, leaving spots in Kyle's eyes. Spots or not, he could see the pale white mask watching him from behind the wheel. "Come on," he taunted. "You want me? I'm right here." The car door swung open as Amanda exited the vehicle. Her eyes blazed behind the mask, studying him. "It's me," Kyle said. "Don't you recognize me, sis?" As Amanda moved away from the car, Kyle could see she was holding a large knife in her blood-stained hands. He held out the tire iron at the end of his trembling arm. I don't want to hurt you, okay?" She moved forward, her gaze never left him. "I'm not some copy, you know. It's me, Kyle." Raising the blade, she advanced. "Remember when Bobby Ivor stole my book bag? You threatened to kick his ass after school if he didn't give it back." Amanda stopped. Her eyes locked on him. "Come on, there has to be something there," Kyle pleaded. "Remember when you were hung up on by Stevie Lee? You were crying in your room, and I sat with you. You have to remember." She raised the knife over her head, ready to strike. Kyle touched the scar on his cheek. "See this? That man did this. He lied about killing me to his buddy. He lied to save me. I didn't die that night." Amanda's hand shook. She started to lower the knife. "Don't you fucking move, you crazy bitch." Mortez stood behind the car holding a broken board. "Stay away," Kyle warned. Amanda turned towards the young cop and let out an inhuman howl. She leapt onto the car's roof in 2 swift movements. She crouched there, scraping the car's roof with her knife. Kyle rushed forward, trying to put himself between the two. He was too late as Amanda jumped off the car toward Mortez. Kyle caught a glimpse of the blade as the two women collided. The two struggled as Kyle tried in vain to separate them. Kyle was pushed away from the skirmish but managed to see Amanda stand, holding Mortez by the throat. His sister's fingers tightened like a constrictor on the cop's neck. For her part, the struggling Mortez managed to land a solid punch to Amanda's face, stunning the woman and cracking her mask in the process. But her grip remained firm. "Let her go," Kyle pleaded. "We can go home. I'll take you." Amanda let go of Mortez and turned to her brother. Half of her mask gave way, revealing the pale, beautiful face of a young woman. Still gasping for air, Mortez jammed the syringe into Amanda's shoulder. Amanda responded with a backhand that sent Mortez violently to the ground. She started to walk away from them, staggering as she went, until finally collapsing against the side of the car. Kyle took her in his arms, sliding her into the back seat of the car. "What are you doing?" Mortez asked, barely able to speak. "I'm taking her home," he said, getting into the car. "She'll kill you." "We're family," he said, starting the car. Mortez could only lean weakly against the barn door and watch them drive off into the black October night.